haven't used these pins in a while, so I'm going to use, I've got two small sanguine colors, and I've got two of the small nibbed.
Supercolor's doing stuff like I've never seen before. They have taken transfers to the next level completely.
These transfers are really good. Like, they feel like a water-based screen print. They hold up well.
We've never had this crack or fade or peel. The print is crazy sharp.
I'm a lifelong screen printer. I was a little bit resistant to heat transfers at first, but once I adopted the technology, it completely opened up doors for me.
Our minimums are 100 pieces for screen printing. So anytime
And come on out through there. Okay, so let's go on to one more. Let's do one more together, and then I'll pick the one I like the best, and then I'll do a kind of a finished drawing from that. Okay? See you in a second. Okay, so for this last demonstration, I'm going to be using pit pens. I haven't used these pens in a while, so I'm going to use, I've got 2 small sanguine colors, and I've got 2 of the small nibbed, the darker brown color. So I think I'll do the lay-in with the sanguine, and I might touch things up a little bit with the darker brown color. So that's what I'm using, and of course I've got my trusty hard edge when I need it. Okay, so this will be the 3rd drawing in this little demo lecture on great form smash-ups too, using traditional materials. And I always try to vary things so you see it in different processes. If you have a favorite medium out there, use it more often than the other ones. But if I can get you to be bold and to get away from your favorites and use others, I think you'll be more versatile and hopefully more happier. All right, so for this one, I might start out with, make sure we're on screen here, maybe a rounded spherical form. So we'll start there, and I might start, instead of kind of building off one, I'll build this whatever structure I'm going to do in multiples around, and then find a way to bring them all together. So I might have another one, like a rounded spherical form here, nice and large. I like drawing nice and loose and large too, and small and loose and small and tight. So I've got that one, and maybe there's going to be an egg form over here. Okay, and then I haven't pre-planned this, so I'm composing with you guys, you ladies and gentlemen out there. So maybe we've got another egg form here, and then maybe another one here, and let's see what happens. So maybe if it's going to be an amusement kind of playground tunnel thing where kids go in, how can we maybe get from one to the other and around? So maybe I'll do something when we come through a flow like this, then up and over and around. That could be a possibility. I'm drawing a pen, so it better be a possibility since I can't erase. But I can draw darker, and it will kind of in some ways disappear. So I might have something going on back here, like a cone here. So if you're just joining us and you're seeing this one, what I'm doing in this lesson of the great form smash-up in our basics lessons is taking all of our essential tools, our forms, the cube, the sphere, the cone, the cylinder, right, the pyramid, the egg form, and combining them, smashing them up, stretching and elongating ways that can give us some new ideas about basic drawing. And here we're drawing just purely from our imagination, which is important, very, very important too as well. So I might come over here, this might flow somehow, maybe it's going to curve around, and maybe this would be a tube. Come in through here. So I'm thinking about how are these going to be connected in some way. So maybe I'll have some interconnected way through here, then back over in this situation. Then I don't know, back and through. And over. So this is about flow and rhythm and direction. And maybe there's this kind of centralized point where they would all come together. So it's seemingly already kind of becoming like tubes in spheres or egg forms, right? So I'm gonna try to work in some blocks in through there. And of course I've got some cones back there as well. So if I let me go end to end here. So maybe these are like big rounded rooms for kids to play in. And they have these back kind of shell things where there's something even cooler here. Maybe it looks like there's windows. This would be windows. We're looking at, now the scale is pretty large if you think about it, because kids could be running in through, maybe a child maybe about no more than 3 feet tall, maybe 3 or 4 feet. So maybe there's a big window in through here, and there's going to be another window maybe on this side. I can come around and give that feeling of windows kind of all over, and you'd see them inside, they'd be playing on the inside. So, but to get from one room to the other, they may have to go through a series of tubes and tunnels, right? So this might be a whole schematic plan where this is on maybe a half acre of land or something along that line. I don't know what kilohectare, I don't know what the metric system is in European and other nations, unfortunately. Us folk here in the U.S., we tend to be behind in some things, so we don't do the metric system. So acres. So maybe some half acre. So maybe this comes around, and this goes overlap. This could be another tube, and maybe there could be windows throughout here. Maybe some oblong kind of windows. So what are we using? We're using the cylinder, right? And we're using the spherical, maybe even an egg form. So maybe this has like a big cool kind of antenna coming out. So that could be like a little small tube, and this is a ball on top of it. Okay. Who knows? Maybe it's like a satellite. Maybe this could be some kind of large thing here, and it could come out in this direction. Here, like so, a little highlight mark. So we're going to be working with smashing and combining spheres now in cylinders in some hopefully interesting way too. So as they come through here, we may come around. Another cylinder, ellipse, right? This is a window. Could be a window in through here and through there, coming around through. And this might come in like a tube. It connects like a shuttleway if you want, or a walkway. This is kind of looking like a split. So I make it more of an octagon, or maybe a child's on the ground playing or whatever. So it's a nice room. Like an obstacle course. And that's something that maybe I could develop from this great smash-up ideas. Doing an optical course maybe through tube-like forms, really loosening it up, and they become cylinder kind of forms in our composition. There's our tube right in through there. Come through, we up and through here, and on over, and on over. Maybe a big window, it's kind of looks like a face, maybe. Big window and through here to see through. Or maybe this is all transparent. Lots of ideas to work with. Working in pen is you can erase, and then your solid lines hold up nicely in through there. Okay. So I'm just going to emphasize my students at MKU and then regional kids, anybody out there. Yeah, this is for everybody, for the world. But it gets even harder the more that they don't show up, and that's seeking of. You can use this in many kind of ways. Concept, design. Here we're just taking three-dimensional tools, and we're still leaving a certain amount of their integrity intact, right? So we still can see the 3D representation of them: the cube, the sphere, the cylinder. Later on when you get even more advanced and you start working with a figure more so, or other more complex forms, animal type forms, you lose them all completely. That's what makes drawing so hard. Is they're there. You're playing hide and seek with them. They're there to seek you for you to seek out, right? But it gets even harder the more that they don't show up, and that's my job, is to help you do these extra lectures, is to see that for my students at MKU and in regional K, anybody out there. Yeah, so for everybody, for the world too as well. So let me push this a little darker. This is glass, maybe kind of plexiglass. I can kind of show that through. Okay, I think you get the idea. All right. So when I come back, I'll have picked one and I'll have it floating. Up in the picture plane, and I'll come back and have a nice clean sheet of paper, and I'm going to start to work with a new drawing, and it's going to be based off one of my favorites, and which I don't know yet. And then I'm going to go back and redesign it, stay within the parameters of our project here, but then develop it further from there. Okay? All right, that's what's coming next. I'll see you in just a second. All right, so now we're going to take one of these three drawings, and I'm going to tell you which one I picked to kind of further develop a little bit and why. So I've got the three drawings that we've done in our Smash Up series, section 2, the Great Smash Up 2, and I'm going to choose this one. This is the first one I did, and I don't necessarily think it's as inventive as the other two, but, and of course you could argue maybe either way, but I do think it's the most interesting and best designed or curvilinear designed rhythmic pose, and for that reason, because of enough of its playfulness, and I like how the forms are jammed together, I'm going to further develop this one. I think the other two are okay, with the last one being my least one that I'm interested in, and the middle one I could maybe go back and develop that too, but definitely the last one I did, the third one, I'm really not interested in pushing any far forward. And I think that's a lesson for everybody too. A couple things: if you're working for yourself, then you can please yourself with your drawing, meaning that you can choose whatever design you want. If you're working professionally for a client, this has happened to me, and this has happened to several friends that I know have worked with clients, shoe designers, illustrators, graphic designers, is that ultimately you may love a design or may love a color that you're using or composition, but it's your job to convince the client. But if the client wants something different, or wants to go in a different direction, you're going to have to follow that lead, even though you may have professionally the better design direction, and you think and believe with your whole thought processes and feelings and whatnot that it's better. Ultimately, they're gonna win out. So there's a kind of detachment that you want from your designs, I think, if you're working for a client. So having said that, that's my spiel. That's my thoughts on that. So I'm going to go back and use the same materials that I used for the drawing here. Now, this is kind of looking like an insect, so I want to maybe play off that a little bit more as we refine it. I think just a little bit further in the composition. And I think also what I'll do is I'll put down a compositional border too as well, in meaning that I'll make this a little smaller drawing, but so I can put a little bit more refinement in there, so that way I can zoom in maybe a little bit closer to you. So I think that's what I'll do now, and I'll do this so you can see this maybe in the camera. So I'm just going to put down a graphite line here and just reduce my picture plane size a little bit here. Okay, and pull in a little bit so we can make it a little bit stronger, and you can see that process too as well. So we're coming in through here, we're coming around, right? Kind of whirling. Maybe that would come around like that. And so this might say, so we're just joining forms together if you want to be drawing technical, which is fine too. So we're kind of joining these forms together, so we've got that. And so this is kind of a tunnel, isn't it? So we come around, this might close down a little bit like so, but then I like this rounded, cheeky little thing here. And then this to emphasize the boxy quality right through here. I might bring that, see how I bring this all the way over to there. So our forms have a relationship to the cube, the sphere, and the cylinder, but they're not in necessarily complete, perfect form or perspectival order, which is fine. We are creating, and we can adjust, distort as per your needs and wishes and wants. So remember that. Unless there's a reason not to. Sometimes there will be. All right, so we've got that coming down and over. I'll close this. You could maybe emphasize like teeth a little bit. Maybe just this could be. Let me see if I like this. I could kind of curve this. Yeah, I kind of like that. So I'm gonna leave that be. It's kind of a little funky. It's almost got like little teeth at the top of the mouth and through here. And so this is where maybe there's an inside part of our boxy form, and this would go back maybe here, all the way through, maybe something like that. Maybe here on the other side, too, like that as well. So I'm gonna keep this curved and down and over. There we go. All right, so let's keep going in through here. So working through, this kind of feels. Remember the two quality that we had here. I don't want to lose that. I like that quality, so I'll keep that going here and over. If I drew it all the way through, which is really important, it's a smart thing to do. I don't always do it. And through here. So I kind of like now, I like the antenna coming out. I'm going to keep that here in this little ball thing that goes on here. So these are like cones, right? You can see that. And then they start to curve around a little bit. Like so. Let me get a little bit more organic. I'll go back and tighten these in later. And through here. Coming on through. I come through here, you come over, so I keep this rhythm as I come over, and then this is going to wind up over here, which I still like as a design. I like this design for the most part. And through here. Now, these could be eyeballs, or they could be just sort of insect-like, you know, antenna. And through here. And so I thought about maybe putting like some eyes over in this area. So I like this fold coming over. Whatever that means, but just a kind of a design aesthetic. Just to give some feeling of going back in space. I like the way this kind of curls over. Like so. So like that. So I think just kind of my center. I'm finding my center of my form. Right, here's my cone in through here, cone in through here. Here's the center of all of this coming back in that way. And so if I put little eyes, I could put a ball here for maybe a side eye, and a ball here for maybe an eye on the side. Let's see how that looks here, in here. And I could have a beady kind of Kermit the Frog eye here, then maybe we'd see a little bit over there. That looks kind of fun, maybe. Maybe you don't think it's fun, I don't know. We'll see. I'll see. Alright, so I think I'm going to leave that. This will go in here. Tighten this up a little bit. Okay. And so I'll put my eye. Okay, so we have two spheres in there. Alright, so now we've still got these little divots, these little little craters. I want to keep those in. I don't mind their placement so much. Here, maybe one here. It opens in, so they go down a little bit. These are like ellipses or half circles where they go down in some. Maybe over through here. This could be a little bigger, maybe. Open up a little bit. Okay. So we got that. So moving through this area. So this is kind of where we had our little back tube in through here. Okay. And so now we want to take, I kind of squared this off in through here. So I may want to work it in this direction. This kind of goes back in space. So this could be like a long, thin box that you can think about as a form, right? Or it could be a tube. It could be a little bit of both if you want. And so that's how we think about form. This is real foreshortened, running through here. It curls around. I might do a little bit more through here and around there. Of course, later the eye's going to be somewhere there like that. So this could kind of come around. I could lose that box. And I could lose all the boxiness in through here if I want. I'm going to keep it just for variety's sake. Continue. I'll lose it. I'll have a little bit more of a curve here, right? And I'll lose it about right here. And make it a little bit more boxy through there. So when I'm drawing very broadly still. I'm using the side of my pencil and palm method. For some of you, that's going to be very comfortable. You don't have to do that. It's not a requirement or a requisite. It's just the way I do things for one. Now, and you can go back and tighten this up. Matter of fact, we could scan this or take a JPEG, a high-res 4K JPEG, and put it into the Cintiq and Photoshop and work it that way too. All right, so we have this coming in. And so this starts a curling device where it comes in through here, comes down, and starts to curl in through here somehow. Don't worry about the physics. Just draw it and enjoy it, right? So we come in through here. I think it's really fun to take your designs, draw from your designs, and refining. It's a lot of fun, a lot of satisfaction from that. So we take this curvature, of course, this is going to S around. You can see that nice flow through here. It's going to S around, curl around. I may push this negative space. See how this opening is about the same size? Instead of doing that, I'm going to curl it way on over and have a little bit more fun with it here. But I've got to make sure that it winds up, down, and in, and it does come through and finish up at the exits, which is a little bit at a diagonal, which I like too. So I'm going to feel this all the way through and out a little bit, coming down here. There we go. In this direction. It moves over here. Not sure what to use as a metaphor for the exit. Yeah, maybe a little head over here, tail or something. Down, maybe out here. So I see designers and entertainment designers drawing in a different type, all kinds of materials, from graphite to pen and ink to ballpoint pen to collage to digital. I try to keep it varied. So I have this kind of exit here, right? And there's this kind of ramp. Instead of a ramp, I think there needs to be something a little bit better. Maybe another tongue. Maybe that would be, more interesting. So it comes in through here, while it comes on over, and kids and people can come out this way, like so. So this is like an egg form, and this is kind of a boxy form. Here's the side of it. If you want to be a little bit more geometric, you could do that. All right, coming out there a little bit. Through here. And we come over. So another big kind of double-mouthed monster. So the beginning is like the ending, I suppose, where we come out. And maybe we'd put like a little bottom down here. A little gap in through there, maybe. Who knows? Okay, so we'll bring this over. But I won't put any teeth or antenna, but we'll have a mouth in through there. But I do like these little divot marks. So this is still kind of blocky over and through here, so I'll keep it sort of kind of blocky, even though we can see how contouring, I feel that around. And of course this could come down like that again, right? And maybe it's got some more of these sort of ladybug divot marks of whateverness. Don't necessarily know what they are, it's okay. Right? There's another one on the side, one over here, and maybe one down over here. Coming through. So we kind of licks up a little bit. And through there. Okay, so let's move on down to over here a little bit. First, let me sharpen just a little, tighten that point. Okay, so we'll move through here. So I like this vortexy thing that's coming through. And so now we'll come in. This curls over. This is kind of like a little ball here to help me conceive of it. In through here. These are, all just tubes, long tubes of concentric movement and flow, right? You help yourself out and do this kind of thing when you're drawing, and that can tell you what you are, or where you're at kind of in perspective a little bit. Like this would turn here, this would come over a little bit, and through here, maybe up and around. So I need to tie in this area up to here. How do I do that? Flow through, draw through. See how I can draw through? You can barely see it, and I want it to connect because there's a little bit of negative space in between. See how they'll connect up? I can even put my ruler there for a little bit. You can draw curves with rulers if you want. It'll take a long while. So we have that, and so this now can move through. It's kind of like a conch shell. This overlaps a little bit and through here, and see how I can bring. I did it in my first drawing, my first diagram sketch, and see how I can bring it over here. And who knows where it winds up to? I don't really care. I don't worry about the true rational engineering of it until I have to. And that's something that an architect. I think I'm not an architect, so don't help me with this. But you can push engineers in this scientific architectural engineers. You design it, and they can rack their brain trying to figure out. I have a modern home. It's a butterfly roofed modern home, and it's some strange engineering design feats that would have to be pulled off. It was built in '58. I would have liked to have been a fly on the wall in some of those conversations with the architect. It was communicating with the engineer. I think that would have been interesting. So remember, this is an eyeball here. So I do like that because it differentiates this head kind of from this ending point, which is sort of like a head. I really didn't want to draw a rear end over here, a butt. I didn't think that was so cool, in a design where people would come out of. I don't think they necessarily want to come out of that end. I didn't want to say anything, but I guess I will. So I made it another kind of mouth thing. So this is the entrance here, and they go through the amusement part of it, the walk around and play around the soft forms and have little adventures, and then they come out this end. So that's kind of like another mouth. So like so. So maybe it should be two heads to make it really distinctive. Maybe I should make another eye. So I guess I will. So I'm trying to convince myself that that's probably what's best. So let's put another one, an eye over here, and then let's put an eye kind of down here underneath this little antenna. And I'm going to just gently, I don't erase too often. I'm going to gently just tone this back a little bit so we can see it. So this will be another eyeball here, like so. And maybe this time, so this is just, what kind of form is it? It's an egg form or spherical form. We don't see all of it over here. We could draw through, and maybe it's got, just to differentiate from that one, maybe it's got like a little eyelid thing coming over. And this pops over and then kind of curls in, like so. So I'll draw that. And then maybe the eye can be like that. With the pupil iris into there, and then maybe later on it's going to have some super cool, funky eyelashes, maybe. Maybe that's going to be the game. All right, so I can come over here a little bit. And see, sometimes when I want to hold my pencil, I want a little bit more precision, and I can be a lot more precise. But for a little bit more precision for now, I'll hold my pencil in the palm, the writing method. And so I can come over here and be just a little bit more precise. So the eyelid, we might see just all of the eyelid on this one. We won't see any of the eyeball or the pupil of the iris in through here. So but we might see some eyelashes. Maybe they'll come out like this, in this direction. So we see something like that. So yeah, now that relates back to two heads. So I'm changing my design, continually altering and refining that which I need to conform to maybe social norms. That's something else you'll run into if your design is pushing the boundaries to a certain point. As a fine artist, theoretically you can do what you want. Nobody might look at it, but you can do what you want. But in the design profession, and designers will tell you that you're going to be limited by certain societal standard, behavioral points, and that's probably an okay thing. All right, so we're coming through here. I can turn this. I might bulge this. Yeah, I can bulge this. Just make it look a little bit more organic. Bulge. So I put an extra. These are like little sausagey forms, and they could just in here, not here. But I could come over and give that a little bit of a kick. Just tells me there's like a little tension, right, where this is starting to really churn and twist over. So I could do that and then bulge it back in if I want. I could bulge it out again, and it helps me to know where these concentric areas. So it's one curve this way against another curve this way. Where they meet, it's darker. So this can bulge in like so. Kind of come on over and out like that, and then over. Like so, just to give us a little bit more, fun and play. Because in the inside, I've got this negative space, and so you can see where I'm starting to do it over here in my diagram. And see, I can start to play this game. It's not really a game, but it's a design choice where this starts to really turn in on itself here, and maybe here it wraps around the second level, and through here, like so, and maybe up and through, and it really ends. You can see the definitive break here, right? And so this is kind of a shadow where it winds up being sort of a boxier form. Right into here, it's harder I need to show that a little bit maybe. I'm going to overlap that just a little bit there, and then continue on with that. That might wind up right in through there a little bit. I'll move this over maybe a little bit. Okay, so we have that. So they're starting to curl around, and I can bring this over a little bit. Curl that through, make it a little bit more organic. A little bit. So we got that choice. Now I've got a design decision. Do I want to take them on a journey through this cone kind of thing here, or do I want to leave it out? I've been eyeballing as we've been drawing. I've been thinking, do I really need it? Yeah, I think I do. I don't know if I need the secondary one in terms of design. If I pulled it in diagonal, I think I'll leave both. I think. Well, let me draw the first one in. Let's see. So it's a classic cone, right? We're talking about that. It kind of comes off to the back, and as it flows over, it kind of comes off to the side, right? So we see that, and I'm wondering if that's enough in terms of design. So let's see. Maybe I'll diminish this, make it more diminutive and smaller. than what we have, and maybe it goes in more into a point. Maybe that's the problem. So these are the kinds of things that you think about in your mind. I'm just trying to bring them out to you folks, you guys, so you can see what my thinking is. It just kind of curls around and around. So yeah, I'm okay with that. I think I'm okay with it now. So we'll bring that through here, bring it through there. Okay, got that. Okay, I'm gonna curl this, soften this up a little bit. I don't want to have too many harsh angles in my design. This could come through here. There we go, like so. All right, so we're working on this back area. I'll sharpen up again. And you can tell I drew out the picture plane a little bit, so that's why I wanted to keep it in. I want to make, trying to decide if I want to make, I'll draw a horizontal alignment line so you can see it. Right here, I'll do it in blue a little bit so you can see it. Do I want my design, do I want this to go over it, or do I want it to go underneath it? I think it's, either way is important, but not to abut it, because I don't want a square in my design. So I think I'm going to make it dramatically underneath. So I'm going to bring this down, really curl this over, like so. So this comes over, here's the edge of where it comes back, it hooks up to there. So I'm going to come over, I'm going to lighten this up a little bit. It gets a little bit mushy. So I'm going to come over and through here. Remember, these are concentric circles, so this is going to curl. So this is a design change. And we can take this drawing and do multiple views of this top, bottom, and then make a 3D maquette, 3D printer. You can do all kinds of things with this. Here. And then come over. This is where there's a lot of stress in the turn, running through there. Running through there, right, through there. Come on through. And so this comes over. I do want it wider to hook back up. You know, where would it come over? It could come over, we could keep going. You put a little mark like that to tell you what you want, and then you can just curl it. So maybe all the way, that would match up like that. So that's pretty good. Like so. We might even see it. I don't want to merge through here, so we'll do this to curl up a little bit more. This edge, and through there. All right, so I think we're on our way here. Coming through in our redesign. Concentric, 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 right? And just to be consistent, these little like whipper things, these little cones, maybe I need one or two over here where I don't want anything higher than this line in my design. Okay, so maybe what I'll do is I'll come out this direction, I'll put a little line for my direction. Maybe even I'll push it over to give me a little bit more space, and I'll put a little cone here. These could be like little skylights, or they could crawl all the way up to the edge. This could be out of plexiglass and look through, like so. And so maybe there needs to be more, maybe there's one here. So they're cones that sit on the surface of the cylinder. Remember, this is a basic forms lesson that we're really starting to make complex. That's what we want to do, is start to move complex. Now, if I foreshorten that, it came right at us. That's a good problem. Look how it would look just like that. Or it can make it off to the side, or kind of up where it comes up. I think it's a better design not to have it foreshortened, but to come down, maybe like that. So here's our cone, here, right, and there. Here's a little ending dot for it for now. And it's a better design, a better look, I think. Of course, you could put one maybe even over here if I wanted to. Or maybe I'll do it on the outside. They all seem to be on the outside. So relating back to that, I don't want the same angle. Can make it more cute, or can make it up. I'll make it up underneath here for my design choice, and then through here, and over here. If we look through all this, it might connect up like that, and there would be our cone coming through. So a lot to take on, and through here, and through there. All right, so now we've got a basic design. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on this some more, and I'm going to come back and show you how just a few things, how I finish up, so we can save time. Okay, stay tuned. I'll be right back. So I'm pushing on through with my final concept drawing of our smash up that we're doing, and I'm just using the color pencils that I have here, doing a little form toning across the forms to make them look a little bit more rounded. I'm just using actually Sharpie just to give a little bit of darker, thicker line, where I need to. So I'm going to continue on and give you snippets of this process so I can expedite the video, and you get an idea that style's not so much important as the first part of our drawing. So I'm going to keep on going and give you little insights as to what I'm doing throughout here, and I'll go through and I'll finish up in a little bit. Okay? All right, so stay tuned, and I'll keep showing you where I'm going. I'm just going to take this idea, the styling, toning idea, and just take it all the way through. So I'm continuing on here as I'm rendering out really quickly and giving a little shade and a little volume expression to the my concept design for a great smash up. So I'm going to leave this head of the exit part of the sculpture, amusement sculpture for children, more orangey, just to play around with the difference in the two heads here. So working along here, and I'm just changing my color. By the way, orange, this orangey vermilion-y color, and this blue work as a kind of complement together. So they're complementary colors in a coloring wheel. If you're not sure what that is, that's another lesson, maybe for another channel. But for right now, talking about color in drawing. But anyway, when mixed together, they tend to make a darker, neutral kind of dark gray, nice and dark, like right in through here. And they tend to darken each other, neutral out each other really nicely. Anyway, trying to go fast through here. And just thinking about three-dimensional form. We'll get into the shading techniques and properties of light, value, how they're very different, but they can be thought of in somewhat similar terms. And still pushing along here with more of the main body. So what I'm going to do with this, I'm going to outline a little bit more in blue and a little bit of black Sharpie. And then as I come through, about right through here, I'm going to transition from the blue tone to the orange tone and go orangey all the way up and through to the back underneath and all the way through to the end. So we have a contrast between the blue creature and the orange creature as well. So they'll transition right in through my pencils and through here. Here's the scale I'm thinking about for the sculpture here. So these might be the size of children. So this is pretty big in my conception. So, and again, it started from just a simple exercise in, combining and joining forms together, what I call the great smash up. It's just jamming one form into another, and in some ways kind of with creative energy, but not with necessarily a purpose other than an exercise. And then I took what we've done here, what I'm showing, and started to make a concept out of it. You can build something from that. So you can see me transition here from blue. See how this when they mix together, not necessarily in equal parts, but when they start mixing together, they start to make a neutral kind of gray. And so this is kind of neutral, neutral landing through here. And right about in through here is when I'll start to go for pure, excuse me, pure orangey, vermilion kind of tone. And I can come across really quickly and add some line to this. I don't want to get too overwhelming with line, outline it too much. That gives it a kind of graphic, really quick graphic look, and then I come back in certain areas, kind of like painting, and I just put some strokes down with my Sharpie just to give a little direction in through here. Just enough to say that that's turning, and that's a kind of a hard outline, like so, and through there. So when I'm working on a piece, kind of outside the peruse of the camera, or for a demonstration, you can, and most artists will get this, you can turn your drawing 360 degrees. So I've got it upside down now. It's just easier to get to, and easier to manage and to work with, and I can work my forms very nicely, very quickly, cleanly, as I move through and finish out this concept sketch for my great Smash Up lecture here. So, with your drawings, you can work with me, and that's fine, and then you get the hang of it and do your own thing, or just start going to your own thing once you get the hang of it, and, really let your creative energy, your intellect, because creativity is an intellectual exercise of your brain functions, and let yourself really be challenged by space and the dimensionality of forms, and let's see where you can really, push this, through. Keep your pencil sharp. If it starts to get shorter, get a little pencil extender like I've got. Through here, I'm over here sharpening it. I can extend the life of that pencil. It's hard to hold too. Also, when it's shorter, I don't know about you, but that makes it more difficult. So I like to have that pencil extender. And you can draw with the palm method. You can draw with the writing method. All those are valid too. I use them, quite a bit. So I'm just thinking about the dimensionality of this form as I start to throw a little light and shadow. Kind of, I can see the light coming through in the middle part of it. This underneath might be a little darker, just to distinguish kind of the piping or tubing of my design. Here, I'm going to be much less detailed back in through here because I'm conceiving it as further away. So that helps too as well. All right, so I'm almost there. A few more minutes, I think, and get the idea of it with a little bit more of a sort of finish. If it's a concept sketch, again, you don't have to be super rendered. The difference between a concept drawing or sketch and a piece of illustration is the degree of finish. This is showing an idea. I could give this. I could do multiple views of this drawing or this form, and then give it over to an engineer or 3D designer. We could 3D print it, really make this into something, tangibly three-dimensional, more so than just a drawing. So I might put a little bit of blue to grade that down, make it a little bit darker, kind of like I did over here, right? So working upside down. If you're just tuning into this, nothing wrong with your camera vision. Be able to turn that paper 360. So if I wanted to get at it through here, I don't do this often because if I kept moving the camera angle and shooting, that would just be a nightmare. I never get anything done, but you get the idea. So I can come over here and start working it. And of course, if you're working a lot digitally, you can manipulate your image too, that way as well. So anyway, I'm about finished. Over into here, I might put some blue underneath here just to give it a nice little effect. It's mostly orange, but a little blue accent in through there to help out a bit and make it more fully realized and three-dimensional. Okay. All right. So I came over here. Let's turn it right side up now. Make sure I'm in the camera. Yep. There we go. And so lastly, I might show you the scale. Let me pull in just a little bit here, and we'll take a look at right down into here is kind of the scale I'm thinking it for my drawing. So if I take my Sharpie, and if these are children, maybe a girl here, right, and then a boy, child, tweener maybe. That's the scale I'm thinking at. So maybe they're, I don't know for their age, maybe about 4 feet. So I'll put a little 4 here with a little ink pen. So these are about 4 feet. So that's a 4-foot scale all over here. They can crawl in and manipulate through. Hopefully they have walking through the soft sculpture. Could have a fantastic time of adventure or whatnot. Get into mischief and a little bit of fun kind of trouble, and enjoy the experience of a jungle gym or some kind of exercise type thing where they can kind of let loose and let off some energy and whatnot. Okay, so there you go. So that's my interpretation really of this lecture, of these smash ups, is how to combine forms together to make something tangible. Now I do that in the figure series that I'm working on. If you go into and look at the volumetric figure, you can find everything in the playlists. I've broken it down into several different sections, and I've added one on perspective, by the way, and anatomy, and those will be coming in the future. You'll find that you can, in the volumetric lecture, you can do the same thing with the figures. As a matter of fact, in order to really draw well, you want to be able to conceive of volumes and solids and connect that to the figure and to what you know of anatomy. If you don't know a lot, you can still
Still staying up late gaming solo? With Hacko AI, get the ultimate companion for your playtime.
could have a fantastic time of adventure or whatnot. Do that in the figure series that I'm working on. If you go into and look at the volumetric figure, you can find everything in the playlists. I've broken it down into several different sections, and I've added one on perspective, by the way, and anatomy, and those will be coming in the future. You'll find that you can, in the volumetric lecture, you can do the same thing with the figures. As a matter of fact, in order to really draw well, you want to be able to conceive of volumes and solids and connect that to the figure and to what you know of anatomy. If you don't know a lot, you can still draw a pretty convincing figure with a good idea of where volumes and solids go in space. So there you go. All right, so I hope you got something out of the Smash Up lectures, and I hope you have fun with it. If you want to show me your drawings, certainly send them to me. You can find my email in the About section of our the Drawing Database channel, and I think that's it. I'll leave you off. Everybody have a good day, and I'll see you when we see you around the world. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Taylor Woolwine. Welcome to the Drawing Database. Today we're going to be using the pencil and the skewer stick as measuring tools, working from the still life, checking proportion and measurement. So let's jump right into it.
All right, hey guys, we're taking a look at this still life setup here. I'm going to talk to you about sighting and measuring with this. So when it comes to sighting and measuring, I think of this as a little bit of a fallback plan for you, just so you're not doing the guess and check method of drawing. And we'll talk about that further as I begin here. So I'm going to be looking at the still life objects, mostly the tabletop, maybe that stool to the right of the table. So those upper level still life objects that you see in the distance. When I get started, I like to give myself a few measuring points. So I'm going to try to figure out where I want this table to be setting in space. I'm a big fan of this measuring point idea. I'm not actually drawing anything yet. I'm guesstimating I want this tabletop to be about yay wide. I'm going to say my stool might be somewhere down here in the distance, just some block in here to start out with. Before I do any measuring, this is my own personal preference, I like to do a little bit of a light gesture to sketch in the approximation of where my table sits in space. All right, so this is a little bit more intuitive, maybe a little check for myself, but right now I'm just using my eyes here, drawing in the bare bone structure of a few object relationships. All right, nothing is precise yet. Again, going off of my best guess here. So I'm looking at tabletop, brown cardboard, Tupperware box. You can see I'm already starting to edit a little bit, thinking I need to blow up my object a little bigger. But again, I'm just looking at visual cues here, just checking one object against another and getting a little bit of an idea of where these objects sit for right now.
Don't let your 3D character just sit there. Hi 3D's Auto Character Split changes that. One click, your model automatically splits into print-ready parts with joints built in. Print the pieces, snap them together. Now your character actually moves. Adjust joint settings for any printer. Send directly to your slicer when ready. From AI model to posable figure in one workflow.
All right, so I know this is pretty quick and dirty here, and that's the way I actually would prefer to start on a drawing. I like to start very loose like this, nothing's clean, with the idea that I'm going to make several passes on top of this. So I've at least hashed out what I think to be a good approximation of my tabletop, 2 boxes and an orange, roughly. So I've got that locked in. I'm going to at least think about where I think my stool might be sitting in space comparatively. I'm going to lock that in down here, and then I'll get to that in a minute, because this is the main idea today. Is we're going to actually start to look at a couple measurement ideas. So this is my beginning, kind of a little bit of a quick sketch. I've locked some things in for myself. But this is where my first drawing class I ever took, this was like mind-opening for me, eye-opening, to think that there's a way to kind of check yourself and actually start to measure one object against another, so that you're not doing that guess and check method. What I started with was a lot of, I'm going to draw an object, looks a little bit too small, now I need to erase it and draw it again, and kind of repeated the process continually. Sometimes it feels like you're just butting your head up against the wall, like there's no end to that kind of a method. So what we're actually starting to use is some sort of a measuring tool. Now you could use your pencil, if your pencil's longer and not starting to get kind of dead on you, but you can also use something like a skewer stick, works really well. This is nice because if you start to measure a longer object, like this tabletop, this is actually long enough that I can start to sight this table. Yeah, so the first thing I'm doing is what I have got is I've got my measuring stick here. I have got the left end of this measuring stick butted up against the left side of this tabletop in space. I've got my thumb locked into the right edge of that tabletop. So what's cool about that is now I have the width of that table locked into a measuring stick. Now what's really important is that I've got my arm extended and my elbow locked. So whenever I take a measurement, I want to make sure my arm's always extended out as far as possible. So right now I have tabletop locked in here. So that means if I twisted this vertically, I can start to compare and say, you know what, let me look at how tall. If I now move my thumb to the base of that table, I can see that the width of that table is much taller than the top of, say, that green bottle up at the top. So I can start to build one relationship against another. So where this can become really handy is, let's say I'm going to do the same thing and check my brown cardboard box. I'm locking the left end of my measuring tool right to the left side of that box. I'm going to lock my thumb into the right side. Now I can say, how big is that left cardboard box compared to the Tupperware? And what I'm finding is that Tupperware box is a little bit bigger than the cardboard box. And in my mind, I was calling those the same size-ish. So that's a really nice comparison to make. Now the tough part, and this always confuses students when they start out, I'm not going to now take that measurement and say, okay, this is my cardboard box. Let me compare it to my paper, because obviously this is much bigger on my paper. What I'm doing is I now have a relationship. I can say I could fit one and like a little sliver, 1 1/8 of these boxes into this one. So when I go to start to check out my drawing, if my cardboard box is yay wide and my Tupperware is this wide, I can start to look and see what this relationship looks like. So I'm going to do the same thing on my drawing. lining up the left end of my measuring tool against the left side, marking my thumb on the right side, and now I'm going to compare. And hey, I'm pretty close. That actually shows a very close relationship to how I was looking at it in real life, which is awesome. That means that my eyes weren't deceiving me too badly. Now, these relationships never stop. Like, you can double check yourself in a million ways. So I'm going to check and see the overall left to right edge of this brown box. I'm going to check the height of it versus the width of it to see how close I was. So I'll start with the height. I'm going vertically with my measuring tool. I'm looking at the very top of the box to the bottom. I'm going to flip that height over horizontally on its axis, and I'm going to compare height to width. So it looks like I could fit 1 and about half, almost half. Let me check that. Yeah, I can almost fit 1.5 heights into the overall width of this box. So I've got my approximation of the height of this bad boy, and I'm going to lock that down. I've got the height on my measuring stick here. I'm going to flip it on the side. I can fit I can only fit like 1 1/8 of those bad boys into the width. So that tells me I probably approximated that box a little too tall. What I'm going to do is drop that down a little bit, because remember I said I could fit about 1.5 heights into the width. And this is where my brain is never quite, it's not a computer exactly, right? So it's a little tough to figure out these things just using your eyeballs. So just by dropping that line down, you can see it's much closer to that original relationship. One height fits nicely 1.5 times into the width. So what that's telling me is a little bit of a erasure here. All right, I've got a good idea for the outer boundaries of this box. So I at least know left to right, top to bottom, that box is pretty accurate. And now I can compare that to the Tupperware. And we know that the width of this is really nice compared to the width of the Tupperware. So those are the kind of measurements that are going to make this feel so much more accurate. You might be asking yourself, Taylor, why does it matter with these boxes if you're 1/8 of an inch off or something like that? That is a good question. So I think accuracy is a nice goal for sure in any drawing. But yeah, I'll definitely agree with some people that maybe total and complete accuracy in a still life is not the end-all be-all. But think about this. When you get to portrait drawing, figure drawing, if you start to approximate a nose 1/8 of an inch too far to the left or to the right, compared to an ear, you're gonna get some weird Picasso type figures really fast, some cubist mashups of the face. So when you get to a more complex object, that's where these kind of relationships get really, really important. So to be able to do this on a cube, but then to extend it to a much more complex still life object and then to the human face, body, that's where this becomes really, really helpful for you. Now, I was just pretty much approximating the top of this box. If I wanted to get really particular about it, I could do the same sort of measurements I've been doing. I could take the skinny sliver of the top of that box and lock it into my measuring tool, which is this big of a space, super tiny, and I can start to approximate, okay, how many of those tops fit into the bottom of that box. It's so small that it becomes hard to tell, but that thing is 8 times smaller than the rest of the box. And one thing it's telling me is I could probably even extend this top of the box up higher, because we're almost at eye level on this box top. So it's nice to double check yourself, because you'll realize just how skinny of a sliver that top of that box is. And I think my brain was telling me one thing and my eyes are telling me another. So I'm gonna change that up just a little bit. Now you can see I'm a pretty loose gestural type of a draftsman here in the beginning, and I'm gonna keep it that way. We can always clean those lines up later. I'm using a pretty light pencil. I'm not worried about that kind of stuff at this point. I love to keep these kind of lines a little bit on the loose side, just blocking in that shape. So what I've got now is a pretty decent approximation of that box in space. So I know this is a lot, I'm throwing a lot out at you, but measuring is one thing. What's really handy about these drawing tools too, so you'll notice sometimes I might be holding this pencil up to check myself. So along with measurements where I'm checking across horizontally and vertically to check like the size and scale of something, I will also check angles as well. So getting boxes right in space, and especially from this perspective, can be super tough. So one thing that's nice is to think about what kind of an angle is this? You could even compare it to a flat line, a horizontal line. How sharp is this angle? And so I can approximate this angle like this, thinking of it as the hand of a clock. So if this is 3, that is not 3, that would be 9 o'clock. This might be somewhere at 12, 10 o'clock, 10:30, somewhere in there. So thinking of it like the hand of a clock, right? That's a pretty steep angle up. I'm gonna look in real life and I can actually do the same thing with my pencil and check angles. Now, the only thing you have to be careful of is I'm not turning my pencil forward in space. That can get a little dicey because there's no way to really show, to relate that to my drawing. What I'm trying to do is imagine that there's a piece of like plexiglass up in front of us that I'm smacking my pencil against, not unlike a sheet of paper. So if I'm imagining that pencil hits that glass, I could spin it in 360 degrees, like the hand of a clock. So those are the kind of angles that I'm checking. I'm gonna line up that pencil with one eye closed the best I can to the corner of my box. And this is the dicey part, it's pretty tough, but you get better and better at doing this. Once I get that angle lined up, I'm gonna try without moving my pencil to convert it right over to my paper. It's not a perfect system for sure, but it's at least telling me I'm on track. That is not a bad approximation from how I'm seeing it. Could I be wrong? Absolutely, but it's a nice little, really important to see where does this green object sit. Pretty big, but I think that's the way we're really seeing it in real life. It's just one of those things where your brain doesn't want to see it that way. Maybe hitting that line a little darker as it jumps out in space. So I would probably just want to take a look at.
You know, a lot of people think that in order to conceal
Okay, so here we are now with light, value, right, edges, and now contrast or contrasts. So each one of these together can be studied separately, or then they can be studied all together. We're going to separate them out and then put them back all together. Each one of them has an important role in drawing. Each one of them has an important role in making the drawing really begin to come alive, not only in terms of realism, but a kind of a full finish, kind of give you that sexy sort of finished, elaborate, velvety quality that a lot of representational drawings have, or abstract drawings, or even somewhere in between. So they all play a role. And so I'm going to do with this particular introductory video is give you some oversight from each one. Light and value and edges, separate them a little bit, but kind of talk about them all together. This one will be very short, but this one should be the first one you watch. So if you're skipping around, that's fine, but make sure that you watch this one, light, value, edges, and contrast, to get an overview so that when we go deeper into each one and spend quite a bit of time, we can separate them out, talk about their complexity, and then, of course, put them back together again. Okay, so let's go on now to talk about each one of these very, very much in a general introductory sense. All right, so let's move on. All right, so now we're starting out with light. Light, value, edges, and contrast. So the first section here I want to start out with that will, again, separate for a lot longer time is this idea of light. So L-I-G-H-T, right? We've got light up there. And the reason why is because it kind of governs everything else in a sense. And I've got this picture now of sunshine, and there's a reason why. So a lot of what we base our understanding of light on is the concept of natural light. So what is natural light? Well, you know, I'm not a scientist for sure, or a physicist, but I know enough that light is photons, it's particles. And so you want to know a little bit about that. I think it's good to know a little bit about that. So we can say that light is photons, right, and it's particles. Okay, so we'll write this down, take this in your notes, particles. And we can also understand that if we block out certain parts of natural light, that the light tends to act in rays. Or it comes to our eyes, where our eyes can see it in kind of rays too as well. So I think that helps. And light is going to react on forms, no matter what form we draw, in a very similar kind of way. So that's what we're trying to understand, is not only light, but also how it reacts, or let's say that it gives form to objects. Without it, we'd be in the dark, right? So it gives forms, and it gives the idea of three-dimensionality, which is very important. So we have natural light. So what are some of the natural light sources that we can think of? So I ask my students at NKU this all the time. We get some pretty interesting answers. Well, you know, number one is the one I've got up here, which is the natural sun, or we could even break that down further into starlight, which is the natural, I say natural way we see things, but it's the light that we know the best. So sun in starlight's the one that everybody gets. And then we can also say that moonlight, right? So reflected light, which is indirect. So we'll say moonlight, light coming off, let's say in our case, on Earth, a full moon, bouncing back off a moon, and then coming back on. So we have that, and then maybe perhaps you could go to starlight and say if it was a particularly clear night, a long time ago before pollution, or out, in the mountains or a desert area, you could have maybe some starlight, which might give you a little resolution to work from. But let's say you're doing a drawing or a painting at night. That'd be kind of tough to do too, with just starlight, and maybe even moonlight. So what are some other kind of natural sources? Well, we could say lamplight, like lamp oil light. So lamplight happened when we had before electricity, right? Or how about if you're trying to get warm? How about firelight? Do you have a big enough fire, close enough? Which could be also what? Candles, firelight, and then candles, candlelight too as well, is another kind of natural light source. So And then a couple of industrial students said, if you could draw really quick, how about lightning? Well, I guess you could if you were really fast. You'd have to be blisteringly fast, right, to do lightning. So that should be an N over there, but you get the idea. So lightning too, as well, I think would be important. But I think you get the idea that we have major light source, which is the sun. And of course, it's the natural light source. It means it's naturally occurring in the universe. So, sun's made of hydrogen and helium, and there's a chemical reaction that gives off, radiation and rays, and we have photons and particles. So, our main light source is natural light, but there's another. It's artificial light, and let's go to that one. So now we have a different light source. So to mimic the idea of natural light, now we have, right, artificial light. So we'll put up here the idea. Let's go to that one. Is natural light, but there's another. It's artificial light, and let's go to that one. So now we have a different light source. So to mimic the idea of natural light, now we have, right, artificial light. So we'll put up here artificial. Okay, artificial light, and that's the kind of light source that we'll probably use more often in these lectures and demos. But it's a nice way to control light too as well. It doesn't move. It stays the same brightness. It stays the same condensance mostly throughout. Sunlight, natural light, of course, is going to move because we are rotating in the sun. We're moving around the sun, and of course the Earth is rotating too to give us days and nights, and so that's going to change the look in the field of everything that we know about light. It's also shape and value and edges and things. So a lot of times we will study here at the university at NKU. We study through artificial light, and there's a couple of sources. Those of you that are photographers or understand more about photography, you know that you have fluorescent light, right? I'm just going to abbreviate that. Fluorescent light. Then there's tungsten light. which I'm familiar with. These two especially, we mostly use those, and now we have LED lights, which last longer and are financially more expensive, but they do last quite a bit. All of that pertains to now reading or illuminating the object. And so what is true of artificial light we get from a natural light source. So it mimics that quality of natural light. Now sometimes it can be harsher, and an experienced artist can generally tell the difference between an artist that's made an image that looks like natural light, or it was made from natural light from observation, or made from artificial light. Artificial light generally usually has a more starker contrast to it, unless the artist has adjusted that, where natural light is a little softer, a little bit more subtle, if you will, in terms of rendering objects. So there are some differences with natural light, but I think nowadays with enough adjustments and enough Photoshop and Lightroom, that artificial light can be adjusted and tweaked and changed to make it look like a natural light source. So natural light generally is kind of number one, and that's where we kind of get our understanding of our history of art, Western traditions at least, with our understanding of light. And of course, artificial light comes along and really helps us out in our modern or contemporary approach to understanding light on form. Of course, we mimic more Renaissance techniques, and then we study them, and then we either continue on with them, or we push them aside and we break those rules and go on to other fascinating ideas in art as well. But they haven't really changed, and that's the idea of our light and our light source. Okay, so I think that's important too. So in studying light, we'll get into the difference between artificial and natural, or natural and artificial. I think that's pretty important. And of course, that's illustrated here with just a simple still life and a simple one light source canister shining on or illuminating onto the objects. Okay, let's go on now to our next slide here in light. So let's talk now a little bit about breaking down light and how it reacts onto forms or illuminates forms, so we can get an idea of how this. Let's go on now to our next slide. Slide here in light. So let's talk now a little bit about breaking down light and how it reacts onto forms or illuminates forms, so we can get an idea of how this is quantified and how this remains the same pretty much throughout light on objects. So the first thing I want to talk about, is I haven't yet mentioned, is light direction, light source direction. I think that's important, and I'll get deeper into that as we go into our light lessons, is that the direction of light's important. So in this little diagram drawing of mine, the light source is mostly to the side of the object, shining down from above. So it's somewhere to the side, pretty close, sliding down and lighting onto an object that way. Why do we know that? A couple things. The direction of over here, the shadow, is really important. And we also see where this area right in through here, what we're going to be calling the highlight, and that's important. So direction of the light's important, right, as well as natural light or artificial light. Now later on I'll show you as we go deeper where we can move the light source all over the place, and that changes the look and the direction and the feel of shadows too as well. So in this diagram that I drew, and it's a drawing, is primarily a study, or a diagram if you will, an illustration of artificial light on a source. It's a little bit more contrasty and more stark. So it's not necessarily conceived from natural light. And this was not done from observation. This was done just out of my head as a diagram. So keep that in mind. I think that's important. Once you learn all these attributes, you can recreate them in many different looks and configurations as you want. Let's go into now the properties of light on form, and they're generally, as I understand it, there's 6 of them. And so that's kind of a bad 6 up there, but you get the idea. And I've got them laid out for you so you can see them. And we're going to commit these to memory. I want you to commit them to memory over time as you work on them, and you'll be able to rattle this off, and you'll be able to correct drawings as you need to. So keep that in mind. Now the first one is highlight, and that's number 1. This area, this really shiny area right in through there, that's highlight. That is the brightest, hottest, if you will, area of light hitting that surface, and it bounces back from that surface at about 45 degrees. So a highlight hits a surface object at about 45 degrees to give you that bright, shiny object area. And there are times when the highlight will show up really, really clearly, depending on the surface of the object, whether it's very shiny or glossy, then you'll have an obvious highlight, or if it's wet. But if it's not, if it's more matte, it might not even show up. But the brightest area of a drawing is the highlight. and that is receiving light at 45 degrees. Now, number 2 is light form shadow. So think of it as we start to move away a little bit from our highlight and move outwards. We're going to go across this ball, right? So we start to move outwards. Number 2 is light form shadow. And I use shadow because everything that's not light really is shadow, but it really means a little bit lesser light. So this area right in through here is lighter form shadow. A little bit less dark than the highlight. That's light form shadow. Now as we start to move further out and away from highlight and lighter form shadow, we get into areas that I call darker form shadow, and that's number 3. Of course, I've got it highlighted here, or diagrammed down in number 3, and that's darker form shadow. So meaning that we're still on the light side of the object, okay? We're still on the illuminated side of the object, and it's getting less intense as we're moving, in this case, across a sphere, right? And so we have less illumination, right? And so therefore the ball gets a little bit, or a lot bit darker, right? That's darker form shadow. So we have highlight, 45 degree highlight intensity, which is about the brightest area of your composition. We have number 2, light form shadow, getting a little bit darker, and then darker form shadow, number 3, getting quite a bit darker. And then we come to 4, and it's probably my favorite one. I don't know why I have a favorite, but I do, and that's coarse shadow. So it's down here at 4. So you see this area running through here? I'm demarcating it a little bit. This area is the boundary between light and dark, where light ends or terminates. Some people call it the terminator. I just call it the coarse shadow. It means it's the darkest part of the shadow where the light ends and the shadow begins, or the dark part begins. And it's really important because it helps us separate really quickly light from shadow. 1-2 step. I'll talk about that later. I'm just going to put 1 and then 2. 1-2 step. And hopefully this will be able to resonate later on. We can separate the light and dark really quickly, and where that separates is the coarse shadow. That coarse shadow, especially, it's a little bit lower because our light source is higher. It's coming up here, right? It's coming up from above. That light source, its direction, you can find the coarse shadow from its opposite direction. So if it's high left, coarse shadow will be bottom right down in here. You can see that. So that's coarse shadow, and that really gives us this strong sense of illumination. Objects' forms start to pop out a little bit. They start to look three-dimensional very quickly with the idea of the coarse shadow. Now, number 5. Let's go on to number 5 in our properties of light. That's reflected light right in through here. Now, what's happening when a light source illuminates, whether it's natural or artificial? A light hits an object at a certain angle, of course 45 degrees, that part of the angle will be a highlight, but it also hits other parts of the surface down in through here. It's shining all the way through here, and I've got illuminated just a lighter table, and what's happening is light is hitting that object on the table and then bouncing back onto the surface of an object. So you've seen this before when you've taken a photograph. A professional uses reflectors, like if you had when you were a child or younger, and you've taken your high school or middle school photograph, or wherever you're at in school, or your family portrait, and photographers have those reflecting shields. That's what's happening. It's illuminating, number 5, reflected light, is illuminating the backside of the object, in this case, the sphere. So all of that, after the coarse shadow, notice it's quite a bit lighter than the coarse shadow. That's important. However, notice that the reflected light is never generally this table, and what's happening is 5. Let's go on to number 5 in our properties of light. That's reflected light right in through here. Now, what's happening when a light source illuminates, whether it's natural or artificial? A light hits an object at a certain angle, of course 45 degrees, that part of the angle will be a highlight, but it also hits other parts of the surface down in through here. It's shining all the way through here, and I've got illuminated just a lighter table, and what's happening is light is hitting that object on the table and then bouncing back onto the surface of an object. So you've seen this before when you've taken a photograph. A professional uses reflectors, like if you had when you were a child or younger, and you've taken your high school or middle school photograph, or wherever you're at in school, or your family portrait, and photographers have those reflecting shields. That's what's happening. It's illuminating, number 5, reflected light, is illuminating the backside of the object, in this case, the sphere. So all of that, after the coarse shadow, notice it's quite a bit lighter than the coarse shadow. That's is highlight, and that's number 1, this area, this real shadow, but it really means a little bit lesser light. So this area right in the shadow begins. A light hits an object at a certain angle, of course 45 degrees, and I've got illuminated just a lighter table, and what's happening is light is hitting that object on the table and then bouncing back onto the surface of an object. So you've seen this before when you've taken a photograph. A professional uses reflectors, like if you had when you were a child or younger, and you've taken your high school or middle school photograph, or wherever you're at in school, or your family portrait, and photographers have those reflecting shields. That's what's happening. It's illuminating, number 5, reflected light, is illuminating the backside of the object, in this case, the sphere. So all of that, after the coarse shadow, notice it's quite a bit lighter than the coarse shadow. That's important. However, notice that the reflected light is never generally, as a general rule, never lighter than anything in the other side of the coarse shadow on the lighter side of the object. Now, there's a way to break that rule if you had multiple light sources. So if I had a light source coming from the back end of the object too, in addition to my regular light source, then that might break that rule, but then it also breaks down everything else on the object. So one thing also to consider in this shorter lecture is that we are talking about a one light source illumination situation where we're using just one light source to illuminate the object. I think that's very important because later on you can have multiple sources on an object, and that's important. So that's reflected light. Reflected light gives the shadow some dimension. Without it, shadows become very much one-dimensional. They become flat and dark. Comic book artists, graphic artists use that a lot in their work, sometimes animators, to simplify a drawing or a painting or a graphic piece of art into a more edgier kind of composition. Fine artists can use that, but think about Leonardo's Mona Lisa, how soft it is. There's lots of light in the shadows, lots of reflected light, or other artists that you admire. Go look for their reflected light, okay? And then lastly, number 6 we're going to talk about is the cast shadow, and that gives, it's down here, that gives expression to the actual physics of light. So we have an object, light hits that object at a certain angle, right? But then it creates a shadow shape on in this case, a table surface. It could be concrete. It could be a wall, for instance. It could be anywhere. It could be on itself. Your nose will create a cast shadow on your cheek, for instance, in the right angle of light. That's very important. Cast shadows form the physics of dimensionality, correct? So, and they're categorized by harder edge, and we'll get into edges in a moment. So those are your 6 properties of light. Highlight, light form shadow, darker form shadow. The core shadow, remember, it terminates the light. Where the light ends, the shadow begins, and everything is on the darker side. Core shadow, reflected light, of course, and then our cast shadow to give the dimensionality of that form, physical space. And of course, the lower the light's way down here shining over, the longer that cast shadow would be. And we'll lose that cast shadow a little bit when it gets really long because more light gets onto that cast shadow. And we'll talk about that in edges in a little bit. Okay, so there you go. You've got a hard, quick, and fast introductory understanding of light. And we will go into that much, much deeper in this particular part of the basic series. So look for that for the future. We're going to break down each one of them, light, value, edges, and contrast. We'll probably put those together and do quite a bit of drawings together where we look at how light reacts onto that. Okay, let's go on to the next slide and talk more about value, what value is and how it's actually different from light. Hey, before I forget, I don't want to forget, I got ahead of myself. Let me show you on a naturally occurring object too, or light on an object without the drawing. So this is actually a photograph. So forgive me for jumping ahead in my last slide there. We'll get to value in a moment. But this is now a photograph of a sphere taken. It's a little bit different from mine because the light source has changed a little bit. So let's analyze that. A shiny area. So in this little diagram, to, or light on an object without the drawing. So this is actually a photograph. So forgive me for jumping ahead in my last slide there. We'll get to value in a moment. But this is now a photograph of a sphere taken. It's a little bit different from mine because the light source has changed a little bit. So let's analyze that before we go on to value. So where's the light source coming from? Well, it's coming from in front of us a little bit. So we can see it's pushed off right in this direction a little bit, and it's higher up. Okay, so it's higher. How do we know that? I'm looking for the highlight right in through here, and look at the direction of shadow. Look at that. So it's moving off. So it's moving to the right. That means the light source is more to the left, and it's moving behind us. That means the light's in front of us. So it's in front of us, and it's raised up high. And what's the light source? The light source, I'm giving that to you. It's artificial. You might not be able to tell, but you more than likely probably can. All right, so let's pick apart and find our 6 properties of light. So we see our highlight right in through here. That's 1. The pencil's a little thick, so that's 1. That's highlight. So moving across the ball, lighter form shadow. There's our 2s right in through there. 2 over here, 2 over here, even a 2 behind here. You can barely catch the edge, but it's right in through here. You can see it's there. Then we get into 3s over here, right? We get into our darker form shadow in this area as it's moving across. So those are darker form shadow areas. And now do you see our core shadow? So number 4, right, is core shadow all along this area, right in through there. That's our core shadow, the darkest part of the shadow. Now what about reflected light? So light's moving forward and shining down all over and bouncing on this white table, but then it's also starting to bounce up, and it's really dramatic right in through there where our reflected light is, and that's number 5. So there's our reflected light to give some illumination. And take a look at this backside. You can see it a little bit, but it starts to disappear about right in through there a little bit. I might lighten that up if I was drawing it, the artist through as well. Okay, and then number 6 is cast shadow. You can see number 6, right in through here. The edge of that, look how strong that edge is. It tells us really about the physics of the ball. Nice and crisp edge, and really dark. Look how dark it is, right in through there, closest to the object, where the object really sits on the surface of that table. That's That's going to tell you a lot. And then look how the shadow gets a little softer about right in through here, right? We see that it starts to get softer. More light starting to come down from our light source and soften that up even further. So there's a photograph of our image of a bulb that's not drawn. I wanted to show you that too. Okay, now let's go on to value. Sorry about that. Here we go. Okay, now we're pushing on to value. So what is value and how value is different from light? So a lot of artists, maybe a lot of educators, etc., I hear them talk sometimes about light and value as if they're the same thing, but they're really not. So we need to separate them in their respective categories. They work together. They're very much a team. So think of light and value as a dynamic duo. They are important to each other, but they also are a little bit different. Light is photons, it's particles, it illuminates. Value is light-dark relationships, and they can be abstract. They can also be flat. Okay, so you can have a piece of art. This could be an Ellsworth Kelly painting, for instance, if you know who he is. And even though there may be a light transition, we're not really illuminating a surface to make it three-dimensionality using light. It's all through value. So value is the relationship between lighter values and darker values to degrees of contrast that's set up, or to lesser degrees of contrast. And our study, remember, of light has 6 properties for a light source, uses the physics of light, and gives illumination to an object or a set of objects or to a picture. So they can be thought of as very similar, but they really are separate and they can work together. They are a team, but sometimes they react alone. Value can react alone. Value can go on its own. Value doesn't need light, but light will always need value. Think about it. Something that's abstract could have light and dark relationships, but not the illumination of light. But for an object to be illuminated, we're going to use light and dark relationships. So value will always be included in a three-dimensional representational piece of art. So keep that in mind, so how they work together. So let's talk more about what we're looking at. This is a value, that's a little bit pixelated, but we'll get the idea. Value scale. So this is a scale, okay? Now what does that mean to you? Well, artists, and especially in education, we like to quantify our understanding of value into different shifts of value. And here's what I mean by that. We can see value in hundreds and thousands of little different variations and shifts. But artists generally like to teach one another these contents in a value scale. And this one in particular has 10% shifts from light to dark or dark to light, depending upon where you start. Now, this value scale is not exhaustive, and you'll see a lot out there. They can go from 0, which I like to quantify over here as absolute light, to 10 in mine, which is absolute dark. That's the extremes. Now, I've seen value scales that go from 0 to 100. The steps in between are very, very minor. They're 1% steps. Our steps get darker or lighter depending on which way you go in 10% increments. So it's a lovely little scale to have and use, and I'll show you how we can quantify that in a moment. So we can start here by labeling on the light end. Here I am over here at 0. The next value over here is 1, or it's a 10% difference between the one next to it. This one is 20% darker than 0. The next one, you guessed it, that's 30% or 3 on the value scale, and it's 30% darker than absolute 0. Then we go to 4, that's 40% darker than absolute 0. Then we go to 5. 5 is right in the middle. It's 50% light, 50% dark, so it's right in the middle, okay? Now, what's the difference between 4 on the value scale and 5? It's 10% different. What's the difference between 2% and 4% value on the value scale? About 20%. Let's keep going on. That's 60%, right? That's 70%, so 7. That's 80%, right? 8. This is 90, getting pretty dark, and then 10 at absolute dark. That's as dark as you can go with a full value scale. And then we do this also, some artists call it a grayscale. It's a monochromatic light and dark value scale. You can do this with color. You can do it with one color. You can do it with multiple colors, but because we're in drawing, we'll keep it monochromatic or grays, right? So going back to what I talked about a little bit earlier, the difference between these and how we can name and talk to each other now. So if I say that the difference between 3 and 6 is 30% dark, you can understand where I'm at on the value scale. So if I say my drawing needs to, in this area, is about number 4 on the value scale, and it needs to be, really need to push it to about an 8 or a 9, you know that it's got to be about 40% or 50% darker. And you know where that scale is. That's important. You know where the the degree of contrast is. So the difference between 1 and 2 is only 10%. That's not a lot of contrast, right? And as 1 contrasts with 3, that's 20%, 1 contrasts with 4, that's 30%, and so on, the degree of contrast gets more extreme. So the largest degree of contrast on our value scale is what? The degree between 0 and 10, or 100, if you will. It's 90% different, 0 and 10. Now, there's 11 spaces, by the way, on our value scale. You count 0. 0%, 1%, 2, that makes 11 spaces across. So what do we notice then about these degrees of contrast is that as they move stronger in value, they get a little bit darker to 10%. Now, another value scale could come along and fill in lots of those little steps between 10% and 20%. And that's how a value scale can get longer, a lot longer, and a lot more sophisticated, and thus more subtle. Anytime you have a value change, even if it's minor, from 1 to 2%, that's still a contrast. That's a contrast right there. That's a different contrast, right? That's a 10% contrast. This also over here, between 4 and 5, that's a contrast, and that's also a 10% different. Now, there's a bigger contrast between 6, let's just put a dot at 6, right, and 9. There's a 30% contrast. That's also, right, we'll put those out here, and we'll label that. See, that's also a contrast, just a greater degree of contrast. So there are lesser degrees and they're greater degrees of contrast, but they're all contrasts unless they're all the same. That's important to keep in mind also with our value scale. Later on, I'll show you artists sometimes like to limit their value scale. They may just cut out 6, 7, 8, 9 and use 5 as their ultimate dark and 0 as their ultimate line, and all the little steps in between. That's a more limited kind of value scale. If you wanted, say, really light illumination, or a blasting sun, or a desert scene, or a polar scene, you might do that. What if you wanted a really dark scene at night? You might limit your value scale from 5 to 10. So there are different ways that you can use the value scale. Creating your own is a smart thing to do. I won't do it with the drawing database because it's so foundational. You can do your own, and you can do it in many different materials. But I won't go through that, but we will always reference and talk about value and value scale a little bit. So let me go on to the next few slides and talk about quantifying the scale and look at some student works that you may like and see how value is used to different degrees of light and dark and also contrasts. So let's move on to that one. Okay. All right, let's take a look at this student image. This is an image by Dean Reynolds, former student of ours. And let's take a look at what's going on here. So I have an image of his still life drawing, and then I have a value scale down below. And let's see if we can find some quantifying value. So we understand that this still life is their objects, right, and they're illuminated. So there's a 3D component, right? So I'll write it up here, a 3D component to the drawing, and it's using light, represented by L, and then value together. So their three-dimensionality, all the 6 properties of light are working on this form. All the edges situations, we haven't really talked about that yet, are working on the form. And we have various degrees of contrast, and we also now have value. So let's see if we can look down now at our scale here. So we have our scale, and see if we can take a look at the range of values up here in the drawing, and then quantify them down here in the value and see how they work together. Can you find the easier ones? So let's start at 0 here. Where are the ones that are 0? Where I can tell you right here is this little highlight on this pan right here. There's a 0, right? There's a 0 right there. There's a 0 right there. We see a 0 with the highlight on the light bulb. What about the highlights here on the little surface of the light bulb here? Also the glossiness on those little curvatures where it plugs into the socket along the border here of the edge at 45. So take a look at where the light directions coming from. So we see the edge, this edge over here of this rubber cement can is moving a little bit away from it. So the light source is out here somewhere and then up above, higher than certainly the object. It looks like it's it's probably a little bit in front of us and then pushed over to the left, illuminating down on the objects that way. I think that's important to understand. So there's our 0s. Let's find some other easy ones. Let's find some 10s out here. So 10, really dark. Maybe this whole area over here, this cloth's a little heavy, a little dark. I might have even suggested he go back and lighten that up a little bit. There's a 10, probably underneath the table a little bit. There's a 10 value. So see how we can quantify this into scaling as well. Now, there's a lot more value ranges going on than just 0 to 10. That's the easiest way for us to quantify it, I think. Any value scale that's bigger than that, I appreciate it, of course. You could go to 0 to maybe 500,000 if you wanted, but what's the point? There are, again, quite a few steps between 0 and 1 down here. Lots, 10%, and you can break those into minutia, and we see a lot of those values. But for our purposes, I think most everybody, you'll want to keep yours to about 10. Any more 10s out here? Some of the deep shadows maybe right in through here could be a 10. You can see where I mark that. Let's go find some 2s, about 20%. So not quite the brightest light, but getting close to that. Maybe as it falls over here, it could be in the 2 range. Maybe right in through there on this kettle that's pushed over to the side, these lighter areas in through here. So I'm looking for, pretty light areas, but not quite totally dark. 2s over here in the light bulb, in the reflection of the light bulb a little bit. Maybe in the light of the can over in through here, we can see some 2s, and you can keep going with that. Let's find some 3s. Maybe some 3s on the table. The lightest part of the little scratchy surface, the wood part of the table in through here. Maybe back in through here. Let's see. Maybe on this slightly darker part of the light bulb in here, maybe on the hammer. And that's a pretty good contrast. It might be more 4. We could even categorize that as a 4. 4 down in here. And let's just do one more. Let's go on and find some 5s in through here. So about halfway between light and dark, I'm thinking there's some good 5 ranges right in through here. So I want you to get used to hearing that vocabulary about value and value scale. So if you hear me say something, let's switch from 3 to a 6 in value range, or you're kind of in an 8, you really need to be at more of a 7 or a 6. You'll know more about where you're at with that scaling. So it's a good way for us, again, to quantify that. You can keep going. The subtle difference between 9 and 10. These are probably, for instance, all 9s and 8s right into here. Maybe some 7s. See, it transitions just a little bit. So 9, 8, and 7s in through there. And then, of course, you can find 6 later on. So let's go on to another image, and I'll show you how this student uses value slightly different. I would call this image overall very balanced. The image has a full range of value scaling. So I would call that very much a balanced scale in this sense. All right, let's go on to another slide, and let's look at a different use of value. All right, so with Jeremy's image here, you can tell, number one, it's a zombie image. He's really captivated by The Walking Dead. And I think he captures the spirit of the premise of that show, being kind of eaten alive by zombies. And the idea was to have kind of a Siamese twin idea going on, and he chose the theme of zombies. So I think it's a really effective image. The value usage here is quite different. What do you notice about this image from the prior image? I would say that the use of value is less balanced. It's in the darker range. So I would call this, for lack of a better word, I don't want to say unbalanced, but I would say a dark palette, if you will, or dark balance. Maybe that's just as good. So dark balance in through here. All right, so let's pick apart the value range. Can you find in our scale a lot of the zeros? So there's ones, zeros, ones, and twos, and you find them a lot through the sides of the head or anywhere you see the light, right? You see a lot of that. I think that's interesting. The collar in through here, kind of where he's tearing himself apart, it's pretty fun in through there. But then it starts to fall away, and there's just slight usage, right, of 3, 4, 5, 6 in that area. So from 3 to about 6 or so, he's using a lot less of that range overall. So it gets really kind of like a graphic novel. Even in areas where you have these lighter areas. Let me see if I can pop this image up a little bit. I'll probably mess it up. Let's see. I knew I'd go the opposite way. Let's see. There we go. Now we'll come back. Let's go forward a little bit. You can see in this usage and through here where those are probably twos, ones and twos against that really dark. These are probably eights and 9s up here, kind of in variation. So you can kind of see where he's using that to various, I think, really good in terms of good use of the tone that he wants to express. And then, of course, we get into, again, the backgrounds are 8s and 9s and maybe some 7s, but a lot of the 7s, 8s and 9s, right? 8s and 9s over here and 10s, hard edges, sharp edges. We're missing that range from, again, about 4, 5, 6, and maybe even 7. So this is a very dark, balanced image on the darker side. So he's eliminating a lot of the subtleties that you got with the first one, but I think in a way that speaks of the right proper tone of the use of value for what you want to express. So artists eliminate value, add more subtleties, or take away according to their needs. So it's right in this range from about 3 to about 6. There's less. It's still all there, but there's a lot less of it, I think, going on too as well. Okay, let's move on to our next image. Okay, so now we have a new image. This is an image by Claire, and it's a nature scene of a wooded area with fallen trees. And what do you notice about the value use here? There is a softness to this. There's not the harsh quality of very strong highlights or zero values, and the darkest darks are less too as well. They're They're both there, but maybe, well, maybe not even zeros. There are some 10s in through here, but there may not be absolute light zeros. Let's go find the 10s. There's maybe just a few. I can see one or few in through here, maybe in through here, but very limited use of absolute dark. And the reason why she's dealing with more natural light look, but there's a lot more diffuse light going on. There's a big difference between artificial and natural, is diffuse light. We'll get into that deeper. So the range of contrasts are less so. There's a long, drawn-out, subtle, dramatic change between values that are way in between the percentages of our 10% shifts. 9, 8, right? 7, 6, 5, 4, right? 3, 2, 1 in absolute light. The shifts in between the 10% or even larger shifts are very subtle, and they take longer to get that. For instance, take this situation right in through here. What value range do we see through there? I don't think I see any zeros, and there may be a few ones in through. I think there's a lot of 2s and 3s, and I think we get into some of these darker areas that get us to 4 and 5. But look at the subtle transitions that go even further. So if we pull that even further right in through here, you can see that they really they all get to be quite complex. So the contrast between them are much more slighter. So this image overall is more, I would say, more light balanced, okay? And I would also say that there's a gradual, I'm just going to put gradual shift, where in Jeremy's there was that stark, deep contrasting shift. Depends on what you want your image to read. Now, his type of highlight shift or light and dark value shift would not work for this image unless you wanted to show this image at night in and somebody had brought out artificial light illuminating it, then that might work for maybe there was a deep, mysterious, dark terror kind of scene. This one's light and airy and soft and not foreboding and I think gentle, and that's what probably, that's the tone I'm getting from the image, and probably the artist wanted that. So this range, let's take this big oval that I'm drawing here. What's the value range in through here? Well, I might see, there might be quite a bit. In these little subtle areas, there might be 10s, but I see a lot of 9s, right? Lots of 8s. Overall, this might be categorized, the whole thing together might be categorized as a 7, with little shifts from maybe 6 at the lightest end to 7, 8s, 9s, and 10s. But there's a softness to this image. The edges are a lot softer. Even our foreground image, and I'll get into edges in a moment, are still a little bit softer. We're kind of already covering contrast, really. But the edges overall get softer, and it gives it the overall sense of more diffuse light, even though we can see, of course, that they still are harder edged than the complete background, but there is a generalized kind of softness. Take this value scale down at the bottom right, or this value situation through here. What's the value scale there? It's a little bit in the mid-range all over. So this is a mid-range value usage area. This one was a darker value usage range right through here. And the one I showed earlier, this was a lighter value usage range. So if we go back to the mid-range here, I'm over here, is a big grouping of 4 to probably 7s, right? There may be some 8s and 9s out there, but mostly it's 4 to 7. And probably the whole thing hovers around 6 overall. So that's how she's using her scale. She's using a lot more between 0 and 10. Quite frankly, they all are. There's a lot more steps in between, but we can quantify these uses and talk about their value in a range or scaling that makes sense for us, and it can become more complex after that. So I think that's important to understand and to get to start to get under your vocabulary and the way you look at also images as well. Okay, let's go on to our last idea. Let's talk about edges. We've talked, I think, enough about contrast. Let's go on to edges, and then we'll finish. Okay, so our last section, so edges. We've covered light, value, and really mostly contrasts too. And now let's talk about the real subtle difference and stark difference sometimes with edges. I think this separates a pretty good artist from a professional, and that is the idea, well, that's big, but I'll leave it, is the idea of edges. Edges are so important. All right, let's talk about why and what we're looking at. So what are edges? Edges are boundaries, changes, shifts of light where it's obvious and sometimes soft, and how you handle them is pretty important too. Let's talk about the hard edge boundary. So in terms of edges, let's talk about I'll write it hard. So let's talk about hard edges and what and why they're at. So hard edges are where an object ends. So the sphere, where running through here the sphere ends, that hard edge right through there, hard edge there. Even on the shadow side, the cone, the edge, the boundary, that's a hard edge. The cylinder, that's a hard edge. The pyramid, right in through there, there's a hard edge. That's a hard edge. These have got to be crisp, clean, sharp edges that need enough value change to make them realize you can use a line if you're line drawing, or you can use a value if you're valuing, but they have to be a clean edge. The reason why they're hard edges, because it's a couple of things. It's either the boundary of an object where the object ends naturally, or it's a plane shift. So take the pyramid, for instance. So we have a boundary edge here, but it's a plane shift where this plane moves back in space that way. It's moving in back that way. This is a boundary edge running through here. This little tip's an edge. This is a boundary edge back towards us is a plane edge and shifting over. Same thing with the cube back here. There is a boundary edge. So this edge here is an edge. This is a plane edge, boundary edge of the cone, boundary edge of the cylinder, boundary edge. So anywhere, human figure or not, where you see an edge end, that's a harder edge. Here we have a plane change where the boundary of the plane ends, and then the new plane starts in the back, and of course it goes back, and then it ends in a boundary edge. So that's the first understanding of hard edges. We also have hard edges in cast shadows. Notice the cast shadows from the objects onto the ground. They're relatively harder edge. They're stronger, they're more intense. They show off edges, the quality of edges on an object. So the light source is coming from the top right. slightly in front of the object, shining to the back left. So over here on the cylinder, back in through here, hard edge. Now you can tell that the edge is a little fuzzy, and that's fine because that's where more light starts to get into the edge and start to soften it up. But for the most part, notice how hard-edged those cast shadows are. Look at the edge of the sphere on the cube, a harder edge. Notice that the rectangular cube here, it casts a hard edge onto the table, and then because the cube's in the way, we can tell that the rectangular hard edge is also now on the box, harder edges. So harder edges occur, boundaries, I'll just put B for boundaries, and also cast shadows. That's very important, okay? So I'm going to take this layer off, and then we'll go on to the same image and look at soft edges. Let's take a look at soft edges, soft and hard working together. So let's go find the soft one. So we know what the hard edges are. The hard edges are when we have boundaries. Boundary of an object like the sphere or the cast shadow of the sphere, the boundary of the cylinder, right, or the boundary of its cast shadow. What about the soft edges? Where are they? Those are called form shadows. Form shadows, you'll hear me say that a lot in the future. The soft, natural changes of the light on a form. Notice how soft that is, cascading across the cylinder. Nice changes, even across the ellipse of the cylinder. Those are soft, subtle value changes. Soft edges, there's nothing hard edged on that. Even the change on the cone. Look at the soft, gradual value change, the softness of the sphere. Naturally occurring, the human body has natural soft edges until we get to boundaries. Look how these remain soft, 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 boom, hard edge, right? Soft, transition coming the other way, soft, 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 boom, boundary. Now, okay, I know the sound effects might be silly. I want to get it impressed in your understanding that the subtle differences and sometimes not so subtle make the difference in clarity of drawing and or painting an image or an object. Take a look at the plane of this box. There's two things going on. We have form shadow here, form shadow, form shadow. All of a sudden, we get a little bit crisper shadow. Why? Because it's a cast shadow casting from the rectangular box down, right? So it's a little bit sharper, but it gets a little bit more diffuse because it's not slightly direct. So it's still a little bit sharper than our form shadow. But then we get down to a boundary. Bam, we get a hard edge, right? But then we get transitions all in here. These are all soft, soft shadows, transitions. Hard edge, this is where it gets tricky. But inside the shadow, even over here in this darker area, those are soft transitions, less contrast. Soft, hard edge, okay? Soft all over here, that's soft. Then we get to a boundary with the edge, hard edge. Take a look at the pyramid, here's a great example. So the boundaries are all hard edge, but the transitions, it's not flat. It's a little bit light to dark, it's lighter over here, and gets a little bit darker to that edge. There's a core shadow there, and we can push that. But everything through here is all soft. These are all soft, soft edges. Boom, boundary of a cast shadow, hard edge, even though it gets a little diffused, most of it's hard, but inside is soft, soft, soft. There's a lot of light here, but that transition is very soft. In through here, soft shading, and then boom, the edge gets hard edged. Soft over here, soft inside, hard edge because it's a boundary, soft down here to the atmosphere, soft, soft, boom, hard edge, and what do you notice? Soft, soft transition, soft. So where you end an object, where you change an object really makes sense. Let's look at one more diagram to make it clear, and then we'll end the video. Let's go on to that one. All right, so let's end our discussion with looking at Michelangelo's David. So the sculpture is illuminated by natural light, so it's softer overall, generally a little bit less contrasting and more diffuse. So let me bring that down just a little bit just so you can see the whole image, and let me bring it back up now so we can break this down a little bit further into terms of edges. So let's find some, let's first figure out the direction of light. The direction of light, natural sunlight, diffuse, coming from overhead mostly. See, do you see that? Excuse me, do you see that? Mostly overhead, illuminated down below, so the shadows are slightly bottom right in through here. So illuminated down above and through here, very soft, okay? So we see that direction of shadows. Where do we see soft transitions? There's a lot of soft transitions through here, soft transitions. Lots of soft transitions through the chest, the shoulder, even the arm in through here. That's pretty easy to recognize. But then you start to say, wait a minute, there are stronger subforms going on in certain parts of this object to make the darks look a little bit darker and the edges look a little bit darker. So we know that this is soft across the bicep, soft across the abdomen, the belly for the most part. But where his form ends completely, let's take a look at that. So we see, let's see if I can move this by my tool cursor here. Look at the hand, there we go. Let's go up a little bit. The boundaries of his head, this boundary here, now I've got to go back, sorry. All right. The boundaries now are hard. These are very much all of that. See, notice the hard edges? Those are pretty hard right in through here. The boundaries of his arm, the boundaries where his nose ends, that's a hard edge. That's a hard edge where his neck is. You want to make that a fairly crisp and clean edge, whether it's a value contrast or it's a line. Now, if we go down a little bit lower, let's go down lower. Let's take the neck a little bit here and analyze that. This muscle here, the sternocleidoid muscle that attaches to the clavicle, it gets a little bit darker down through here, and the edge gets a little bit harder. Why? This muscle starts to become, right in through here, a tube, like a cylinder, but it's so turned, right in through where that dot where I'm putting my mark is, that gets a harder edge. It gets a little bit darker, but it's not as dark as the hard edge on his shoulder, his trapezius, and his deltoid, or shoulder in through there. Why? That's a boundary change. We're still on the inside of the form in through here, so it's a little bit softer, but not always. Let me show you some more changes. Let's go over now to his hand, and I'll show you how complex and interesting hopefully this can get for you. Let's take a look at the hand now. So let's analyze it just like we did some of our simplified objects. On the edge over here, that's a boundary. That's a boundary. That's a hard edge. The wrist, hard edge. Wrist, hard edge. The finger coming over. All that's hard edge. Even the back of the finger is a hard edge. This finger's a hard edge, right? Coming across the form now, soft edges across here. Soft transition. See how soft it is? Softer edges. So those are all soft edges coming across. Same thing now with his chest. Even though we have the pectorals, a little bit of the rib showing through, right, where the sternum comes through, it's still a soft change even up here. But notice this little chest shadow. Do you see it right there? See how it's a little bit harder edge? It's subtle and soft enough because the light source is above and it's diffused, but it's still a little bit of a harder edge. Here's where it gets trickier. Look at the hand. See the veins now, the arteries coming through the ligaments of the hand, actually. That's what that is. They're soft transitions, but because it's a subform, it comes up a little bit. It gets a little bit darker over here. Slightly harder edge, and a little bit darker to show shadow and to show a raised form, a tube on top of the hand. Here we have a boundary. Here we have a boundary, hard edge. Here we have softness in between. So all of those, to get the idea of illusion, if that's what you're going for, which you probably are, is you need to start to reconcile hard edges, right, versus soft edges, and when to use them. Hard edges you want to use on boundaries, right, where a form clearly ends, or cast shadows. Soft edges on form shadows. So let's go up to the head and analyze a little bit of that head further, okay? So boundaries. Where are some boundaries besides just his head? Well, we have the boundary of the contour. What about boundaries of the hair? Anywhere you see a harder edge, these little hair, this curly hair, Michelangelo sculpted it. It's a harder edge, really hard. Into the nose, the bridge of the nose. Some of the lips are a little bit harder edge. But notice the softness of the graduality of the face. Beautiful, soft, no hard edges coming across there because there's no bone material that's truly a hard edge. These hair ringlets, they're little separate groupings of blocky forms, cylindrical forms. Where they end are harder edges. But anywhere you see softness, even in the dark, some of the soft in the forehead, that's a form shadow. So again, you're always reconciling hard edges versus soft edges. Even in the eyes, I know it's a little pixelated, but even in through here, this whole eye region, there's a lot of soft changes in the brow, then it gets hard edges, and then because this is like a ball sitting through here, the eyeball, anywhere you see a hard edge is where one form boundary ends and another begins. So I want you to be aware of that. And of course, all that's categorized by a great degree of value and also value contrast. So the object is illuminated. We have light, and it's 6 properties of light. Then we have value, right? And you can quantify this image in terms of its scaling, right? Then we have edges, hard versus soft, and then we have all the little changes in contrast, some strong and stark, and others are more subtle. So light, value, edges, and contrast. And we're going to spend a great deal of time in the basic section, but also later on with the figure and more advanced techniques, especially really later on as we go through this. And you will grow as you begin to understand these relationships of light, value, edges, and contrast. But in addition to, not exclusively from, but in addition to line, spatial understanding, perspective understanding, of course later on color and texture and other areas. But this is probably the grouping of 4 that students want to most understand, at least in the beginning, but it's probably the hardest grouping, especially light and value and edges, to really pull off. So we'll spend a lot of time there. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed it. It's probably a little bit longer than I wanted, but it's important. And stay tuned. Slowly, I'll start to make instructional videos that will tackle all of these 4 attributes: light, value, edges, and contrast. Okay, I'll see you soon out there. Take care. Bye-bye.
Big energy. All this good energy got you all in your feelings. Big energy.
Okay, so here we are now studying light, value, edges, and contrast. So today we're going to work with forms on a table, and we're going to work with the procedure of drawing these simplified forms and rendering their light using what our understanding of properties of light, value, edges, and contrast. And I'm going to show you what a lay-in is, what a block-in is, a 1-2-step drawing, and then how to separate these complex formal ideas, drawing technique ideas, down further so we can get a fully rendered and finished objects. We'll do several different objects. There'll be multiple videos, and we'll use a multitude of materials. So today, for the first demo, I'm going to use charcoal pencils. So I've got all my general charcoal pencils from hard, medium, soft, and extra soft. I might suggest if you're just beginning to use a hard and a medium, the soft and the extra soft are a little difficult to manipulate because they're so soft. It's kind of a runaway freight train, I say sometimes. And I've got a little triangle just to rest my hand on later on when I need, not necessarily. I might use it for some straight edges, but not necessarily for anything too technical. And then I've got my kneaded eraser I use, and of course I use a blade to sharpen with and sandpaper to sand down with. If you haven't seen the lectures on materials and tools and sharpening, you might want to catch that. Also, if you haven't seen the lecture on light, value, and edges, where I go into more analytical detail without drawing, I show you diagrams. That's kind of the preparatory lesson for all of this that we're starting out with. Okay, so let's get to it. So I've got this image now of a sphere popped up in line. So a couple things we want to be mindful of is that the sphere now is lit from the top left, and the light source is artificial, and it's a little bit in front of the ball, so to the viewer, and to the high left. You can see where the highlight is, and you can see where the forms in the cast shadow. So that's important to know. So the first step along this approach is to, I'm going to draw this sphere about 4 or 5 inches tall, just in case you wanted to know. And the first thing I'm going to do is just going to lay in the object itself. It's pretty much a simple kind of round circular kind of form, nice and light, nice and loose. Make your mistakes if you need to erase, but draw very lightly. And also, just remember, I want to say something about also as I'm drawing here. Technically, we're doing drawings. We're not doing photographic realism to get every single texture. We want to get all our light, all our value, our edges, and our contrasts working together. But I'm not looking for from my students for these to be photographic. They're drawings. So let them be drawings. You can smooth it out, and then later on we'll get into rendering techniques, and we can get extraordinarily complex with layering and rendering. But we want to get the basics down. So I've got the ball laid down, just a simple circle. That can be hard enough for people, I get that. Next step is we want to lay in that little back wall where the wall to table ends, and I'm just going to lay that diagonal in. And the reason why is we want to put it down on a surface so we can analyze its properties of shadows, etc. And by the way, I'm using a hard pencil, okay? And now that's our lay-in partially, okay? Anytime that I say lay-in or sketch or quick sketch, gesture even, it's a very linear kind of lay-in. It's very light, it's very loose, right? So the next step in our lay-in is to lay in linearly, actually, where the form shadows fall across the sphere. So in this sphere, the form shadow falls along right in through here. It's kind of a crescent moon shape. It's where the core shadow is, or where the light terminates. I hear artists call that a terminator. That's fine. It terminates. It's flowing across this way, right? Moving in this direction. So this is where the light ends, the shadow begins, and through here it's kind of a crescent moon. It kind of gingerly goes in this direction. And where it starts to pick up the cast shadow on the wall, we want to lay that in too. Now look, the shadow's going back in this direction some, right? So it's moving back in this way. So we want to make sure we get that. Now the actual shadow, the ball touches about right here and a little bit further back. You're seeing the outer lip, but it touches a little bit further back here inside the ball. The actual shadow, the cast shadow, begins about right in through here, moves in a curved direction. Notice the shadow's very curved. Notice that its edge is pretty hard. So we want to just lay in that shadow, find its pattern. Pretty simple stuff right in through there. There we go. Okay, so we've got now our lay-in of our form. So we've laid in linearly the ball itself, right? The highlight will be up in through here. I can kind of just show you that little disc there. We've laid in the ball. We've laid in the form shadow of the object with the line. Later on we'll soften it up, of course. And then we've laid in the cast shadow now of the ball, laying down on a very simple kind of white table. Okay, so that's the lay-in. We went from the sketch to drawing. It's light, it's loose, very light. You could even lighten it up with your kneaded eraser later on if you feel like it's too dark. It seems about right for me. And now we're going to move to, I'm going to move to a medium pencil. And we're going to block in this spherical form now. So I've moved from the terminology from a lay-in, now I'll move to a block-in. You'll hear me call it a block-in. You'll hear me call it mop-in, mopping in the values a little bit. You'll hear me call it several different things. Ultimately, we're just drawing now with values. So I picked up a medium pencil. If you want to stick with the hard, that's fine. But I got a medium charcoal pencil, so a little bit softer. And I'm I'm going to start laying in now the value of the shadow. So, and I like to draw. If you like to draw with the tip of your pencil, this is going to be harder to render value. So you can start learning how to lift off your pencil, get to the back of it, or draw a little bit more with the palm. The reason I like to draw with the back is I can if I show you my hand from that profile distance, I can draw like this here, right? But then the edge of my paper doesn't touch my hand. Or I can put my triangle down later on. Notice I've got my finger underneath here to lift it up a little bit. It's like a little protector. Call it a maul stick if you want, to keep my hand off the surface of the charcoal, since it's a lot more smudgy, it can be. All right, so let's block in our values. And we want to keep our outer edge, because that's a crisp edge. So we're always working these four concepts together, so we'll do our block in. And I'm just passing through with my first value, okay? Passing through with my first value, nothing too dark, okay? It's my first value passage coming through here, okay? So I've got my form shadow, and it's going to be softer later on. I can already soften that a little bit by bringing it over further if I want. And then we're just using our ball as our guide, right? So we work our six, later on we'll continue to work through our 6 properties of light. So block in, value in through here, and I'm going to come across this back side. It's a little darker than you think, and I'll talk about that because it's turning the back of the ball. So lay that in a little bit, just lightly in through here. Here we go, got that coming through. Okay. Now the next step, we want to start blocking in the cast shadow. So we do this all together. This kind of confuses students. So I try to sharpen this, tighten this edge just a little bit, but this is a block in too. So we're going to block in the cast shadow and the form shadows all together. This works for the figure. It works for still life objects. It can work abstract. or anytime you're using representational light and value together, that works pretty well. So it's pretty generalized, you know, block in here. So this comes up, through and over. All right, and I'm also going to start hitting the background a little bit too, as well, all in one shot. So I can come across here and like take my maul stick or my little triangle, and I'll just start to throw down some value here. And then watching and being careful to always catch my edge. That's a hard edge because that's a boundary, right? That's the boundary of that form. So that's going to have a hard edge. And it comes to that table and through here, and I might catch that edge a little bit with the table just to recapture that. Come through there, okay? And through here. And then we'll start to lay down tone on the back side here of the sphere. Okay, notice when I start to teach light, value, and edges and contrasts, I do not have my students here at the university blend with their fingers or blend with a stump. Not till later on when they can demonstrate that they can do this with just the tools. Okay, so if you can do it with the tools, you'll be able to do it with the stump and your finger or chamois or a paper towel or whatever it is that you want to blend with. So that's something else to be mindful of. But for now, try not to blend with your fingers. I find that students, beginning students, amateurs, they overblend and it looks aesthetically amateurish. So let's see if you can do it all with your tools, the tools that you have at hand. Okay, so there we go. We have a block in now. Now, a couple things I want to talk about here that we're looking at. We've got a 1-2 step drawing. Okay, we've got a light side, and we've got a shadow side. Okay, so you can get to this step really quickly. Okay, so let's review that. So what we did was we laid in our line work, drawing our sphere, then we drew in our form shadow, okay, and we drew in our cast shadow, and then we blocked it in. We blocked in with, I would say, about a 3. What do you think it is in the value scale? About a number 3. Nothing too terribly dark, okay? And in one quick pass of both background, foreground, form shadow, and cast shadow, we already have a rudimentary light situation that starts to evolve. And we took great care to continue to work our edges, make sure our edges are crisp, all right? We want to make sure edges. Now be careful of heavy outlines for now. That's kind of a no-no. It'll flatten out your image. Just be careful in that sense. I've seen well-intentioned students and they've got a pretty good drawing, and then you come across with a really harsh outline, and it can do damage to your drawing. Okay, so we've got that. Next step now is we want to hit our core shadow. So I'm going to pick up a softer pencil. If you want to stay with the medium, go for it. Now we want to hit that core shadow along this area so you can analyze where it's at. We want to start to darken in through here, and edgewise, this starts to blend into our backside reflective light. So as we lay in the core shadow through here, this will blend in and create reflective light, and we want to be lighter here. And then also we're going to move the core shadow into darker form shadow and lighter form shadow on this side, getting slightly lighter and lighter until we get to the ultimate highlight, which is about right in through there. So on this photograph, I actually touched it up and added a little highlight since it's a very matte finish on the ball that I have set up. It's kind of a vinyl-y plastic. So I'm going to start laying in my core shadow now, okay? And taking great pains to really keep a light touch, okay? It's still pretty loose. Remember, it's a drawing. drawing. We'll get this thing really starting to emerge and get rounded, but I'm not going to smooth out every single stroke into some kind of photographic kind of thing. We'll keep this down into a drawing, and that's the point. So I'm adding now my core shadow, and the darkest part's going to be right in through here where I'm adding it. So I kind of stroke it this way a little bit, and then I come back and I move it side to side, or you can move it all in circles. Whatever you're doing is you don't want to make too extravagantly strong marks, and I'm using the side of my pencil, and we're just going to keep working this out. It's going to take a while. Okay. Hopefully you're doing this together with me. You're sitting back and watching for a while until you fall asleep. That's cool. Maybe I can cure your insomnia. That's okay too. I have that distinct pleasure here at the university sometimes. It puts students to sleep. That's okay. Now we're gonna, all jokes aside, now we're gonna continue working on our core shadow, but at the same time, we can start working our cast shadow further too. Okay. So we're gonna bring this core shadow in through here a little bit. Now I'm starting to get into darker form shadow right in through here. Okay, where it gets a little bit lighter. Okay, we're in light. We're in that darker form shadow number 3. Remember, core shadow is 4, so we can still move across a little bit. Okay, taking great pains to still keep my edges. We can tighten them up later, but I want to start hitting now this cast shadow. So right in through here, right, I want to start to hit. So I can come across and we'll go a little bit darker. Notice we're nowhere near where we want to be with our full value range, and that's good. We want to build up to this slowly, gradually. Go from very light to dark gradually. So I'm going to go a little bit darker in through here, especially where it touches the ground. It really hides in through here. This is probably the darkest part of the cast shadow, right in through here. And it kind of competes value-wise. This is about an 8 or 9. So is the core shadow right in its darkest, right in through there. So I'm going to add this in through here. Okay. And it gets a little bit lighter over here where it starts to emerge out from the ball underneath. Okay, notice how crisp that shadow is. It's as crisp, really, especially right in through where I've got my pencil now here, and mostly back here, as about the form of the ball itself. That's important to note. Then it's going to get, you notice it gets a little bit softer because there's light coming out and softening up this further. So we'll add a pass here with our pencil. I'm using a soft. You can use a medium, even a hard if you feel like that's better for you. But ultimately, you want to be able to use all of them. So want to catch that edge a little bit, and this whole cast shadow will get a little bit darker through here. Catch this over and through here. There we go. And you can turn your paper to get a nice smooth, the way your hand strokes. You might want to turn the paper. So, for instance, you can move it around a little bit. You can move it in any direction you want. That's an easier way to work. So I'm going to do that more so now than I have in other series or lessons because it just doesn't. It's too confusing. But here it's good to work. So I'll add a passage here in my cast shadow. And so now compare where we were. Go back in the video if you want, and where we just did our initial block in our 1-2 step where we separated light from dark. And now we've got a little bit more complex arrangement now, situation. Let's move it back. Light form, right? So we're starting to emerge our drawing forward a little bit. bit. Now I can come back and add more passages here. So to show you that technique further with the plastic, I put my finger underneath, okay, underneath, not on top of. And the reason why I can hold it up, if you lay this flat down and you slide it across when you need to keep your hand off, it's still going to smudge. So you kind of have to keep part of it raised off. You can kind of see that. And I can lay my hand on this and I can go to town. I can start to say, okay, I want to go just a little bit darker, especially on this light side, because we see our background, but I'm going to play around with that background and make it a little bit darker on the lightest side of the sphere in the background. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I want to create a little bit more contrast closer to the highlights than anywhere else, because that will be the focal point of the entire ball, or the situation, or the composition. The situation, this is not Jersey Shore, right? So the composition here. So I'll go just a little bit darker. Notice I'm not going too dark too quick. I'm just easing into it, okay? And I'm slowing it down because I'm talking and drawing. That slows me down. That's a good thing. Now, just watch your edge. Come back and catch your edge a little bit. Always catch that edge. And what I mean, I don't mean outline it heavily. Just come back and glaze your pencil over that. Right? Give it a good little marking. Of course, you can see it darker on this side because it's lighter over here. So what makes edges crisp are two reasons. Number one, you already know line, right? So if I come over here and I tighten up my line from my background here to here to bring this over, that's a line. But then I can soften up that line by using value contrast to value contrast, like I am here. So I raise off my triangle, and that line disappears. There's more of an implied line there because the contrast is so great, right? And that's an implied line. Then we have a real line where you can see me draw it, carve out that edge a little bit further, right in through there, and that's a distinctive line. So now I'm going to soften this up back here just a little bit. You can kind of let your background fade. Try to let your background, even in your little studies, fade a little bit. Don't leave a hard edge unless there's a cast shadow reason why you would do that. It kind of looks better that way, quite frankly, and it shows that there's a soft atmospheric, even if it's gesture like I'm doing, it's a softer atmospheric quality. Here's another tip when I'm drawing. Notice how when I draw in the background, I run it into the ball a little bit. See that right in here? I can run it into here. I'm drawing so lightly that it integrates together. I see students to take great pains to keep this separate, and the drawing looks a little stiff, and they leave a little halo between the background and the actual object. We want them to work together. That gives it more atmosphere. So don't be afraid to run it in a little bit, even on the light side later on, because it's going to be darker than the highlight. The only area that's going to be absolute light, 0 on the value scale, is that highlight. And sometimes we can draw through that and just use our eraser to pick that apart. Okay, so that looks pretty good, pretty reasonable right now in terms of where our stage is. We're about a third of the way through, I suppose. This might take a while, so hang in there. Now, a couple things. See where I glaze my hand over and it's already smudging? That's no problem. Just take your kneaded eraser, clean it out a little bit, rip it apart a little bit, come in and just grab these. The kneaded eraser, the white eraser are great. You can come in and really catch back on your edges and clean it up really nicely. It's the great thing about charcoal. It's such a versatile material. You can blow off that. Use your brush. Be careful sometimes with your brush. It can smudge things when you don't want, because it gets soft. Charcoal, again, is pretty soft. It makes it such a wonderful material to use for blending and getting light, but then you have to learn to really obey that quality and be careful that, because it could kind of overblend for you and smudge where you don't want it to. Okay, so we have that. Let's work now on back in on our core shadow, and I'm going to turn my paper a little bit, okay, because I can get a little better stroking mark if I do. So I'm going to turn it like this, just a little bit. Whatever's comfortable for you. I just want you to see that, and see that I can come over here now. I don't have to move my entire body, and I can come over and I can work my triangle over here, and I can start to play now around with, or draw around with. I'm going to play around. We're not playing. This is serious. This is pretty serious stuff. You can start to really now render out, draw out. This is still pretty loose for some artists. I'm more of the loose variety when I draw. I like to leave marks, so I take great pains not to when I'm doing some demos and some studies, because I know students need to see it a little tighter. And of course, there are other artists who like to do really tight renderings, and that's totally cool too. I like a lot of different drawings. Okay, so we're coming on over. Continue to work through our core shadow, then bring it out to our dark form shadow, which is in light actually. And we'll continue to bring this down through here. So I'll work this way for a while, then I'll bring it back over and take a look at it. And I might change directions, keep it at an angle to help me out. And I'll just keep going to town here. So what I'm really shooting for with my darkest values, about right up in here where my pencil is right now, right up in through here, are probably 8s and 9s on the value scale, and I might jump into a little bit of a 10, just barely in through here. Notice we're building up to it. We didn't jump into that too quickly. Aesthetically, the look of it, you'll be much happier if you build up to that later on. Later on, you can break those rules. There are reasons why we've getting those in advanced techniques much later at another time. Or you can watch those videos when those arrive and come out. Okay, So I catch my edge a little bit through here, and I might bring my background through here a little bit and kind of run it into that. So I want it hard edge, but I don't want it so necessarily crispy crisp where it looks like a cutout. I want it to look like, and my drawing might be a little softer since mine's in charcoal, and the camera recorded the object, the ball, on a table, a white background, a little bit darker gray background. So I'm working my coarse shadow, and it starts to soften up here and lighten up as it softens up, because there's light, reflected light bouncing through, and it gets really reflected. So all this back in through here is reflected light, and the only way to show that is to draw the coarse shadow darker. Okay, so we're coming around. So notice that we're also working dark to light, okay? Meaning that we are working, yeah, let me describe it. We're working our shadows first. That's what dark to light means, that we're working your shadows, and we're actually working value-wise, lighter values to darker values, and we're working shadows to light. That's a better way to say that. When you hear somebody say dark to light, they're working their shadows first, so they can start to illuminate the object on the light side, and then they're working lighter values with lighter pressure all the way to the darkest values over time. Okay, now I'm going to come across the ball over and through here. Sometimes I'll go back to a medium pencil when I've got to work those values from 0 to about 3. You might find it's a little easier. So now I'm going to turn my sphere sideways, right in through here, so I can work that around, and I'll take my medium pencil. So see how I can manipulate my drawing 360 degrees. You're in full control of your drawing, so utilize that. So I'm working my darker form shadow through here, but I'm going to come across first and work lighter form shadow along this edge. This edge, perceptually, it's hard to tell in the image that I have, the photograph, but I'm going to push this value a little bit. So I'm not going to actually draw everything I see exactly. I'm going to draw what I know to tell my viewer that the back side of this ball, this white spherical object, about the size of a tennis ball, is moving this way globally, right? Latitude and longitude. So it's moving across the object. And so it's darker along this edge because at 45 degrees it's hit the object here, and it illuminates the highlight right in through here. So everything else is going to be a little bit darker, and it's turning away. Now it's going to not be as near as dark as it is over here. Why? Because we're still in light form shadow, but it is a little darker along this edge. That is so tantamountly important to getting a good roundness to an object on the lighter side as it turns away a little bit. So we're going to go a little bit darker, and then we're going to blend into very slowly with our pencil back into the light. We're getting close to that highlight. Now sometimes I'm going to show you two things later on. I'm going to draw around the highlight and show you how that goes, and then later on I might do one where I overdraw about 2 values darker into the highlight and then take it off with a eraser. I like to do that better, so I don't have to gingerly go across the highlight, and I can be a little bit quicker and looser and keep the drawing fresher, and then come into that highlights at a nicer area. So I'm going to take a moment to kind of sharpen up, use my sandpaper. Sometimes the edges of the pencil get a little bit angular, and it's harder to render with, so I'm going to just scratch over my pencil tip, the side of it, and kind of smooth that out. So when I go back to laying down my pencil on the side, that's better. Now here's another tip. When you kind of do that, sometimes it gets there's some flaky stuff on the edge. I just kind of wipe it off on a paper towel, so that way it doesn't erode your rendering quality. Okay, so we'll keep on going. It's going to take a while. So hopefully you're a diligent student, you have patience. These videos are not for the impatient or the quick. Later on, you can do light with gesture too, but we want to really slow this technique down. So all of this is going to be in shadow, by the way, until we get, of course, to the highlight. So I'm going to work this in. I'm working around the form. I could turn this a little bit, like so. I'm rendering in a way where the stroke making is kind of moving towards the highlight. You kind of see that? That kind of gives it another kind of relevant interest to focusing in on the highlight. Okay, and we still got some steps to go, so hang in there. Turning mine around. You don't have to turn yours around. That's almost upside down, isn't it? You don't have to do that if you're comfortable with that. It's easier for me the way that the large desk that I have with the camera apparatus, and the camera's over my head at 90 degrees. It's just easier this way to do it this way. So we'll come across here now. But whatever works for you. And I'm going to catch this edge a little bit. I can see where I'm losing it just a little bit. I don't have to have a harsh line, but I'll catch it a little bit just to make it relevant. Okay. So we're taking all our ideas that we've learned in the basics, structure, drawing, perspective, and we're starting now to make it come alive, make it more sexy, if you will. Add the velvety quality of light, value, in controlling them through edges and degrees of contrast. So there's my highlight. I'm not drawing in that. I've drawn around it a little bit darker here. Okay, so there's our first pass through there. So let's stop. We'll come back. I'll reorient here so we're not upside down. So we're looking pretty good. Okay, not bad. And then we'll continue now to work a little bit through here. The next passage I'm going to do is I'm going to come back and I'm going to add another layer of coarse shadow in through here, darken this in. We can go darker here, a little bit darker underneath the cast shadow, right in through here, okay? Right, and back in through here. And then I'm going to start to add a little bit of the table value. It's not absolute light. The only thing that's absolute light is where the highlight is. It's going to be a little bit higher too as well. So we'll keep on going. So I'm going to come back and get my soft for those darkest areas, just easier. I'm going to continue on. Okay, let me move this over a little bit. There we go. So we'll keep going. And if you get bored a little bit, kind of maybe move a minute or two ahead. You can catch up with me, or not, to stay the course. I do that a lot. I'm looking at other people's videos or whatever I'm learning. It may not be about art, but I'm like, let me pop ahead and see. Like, okay, let me go back now. I need to really pick that up. That can happen too. It's fine. So I'm going to go now pretty close to where I want that value to be. What I think it is through here. So it's getting pretty close. And through there, you're just going to have to be patient with it. You know, listening to music I can't with the videos, that's not going to work, but, you know, listening to music or some kind of radio station or a book or whatever when you draw, obviously you probably know that already. Okay, catch this edge a little bit, my cast shadow. So right in through here, that's reflected light. That's why I catch that edge. That helps show me that soft edge, reflected light, hard edge, boundary where the ball ends and when the cast shadow begins. So this comes out a little bit darker now, in through here. Okay. You can start to render this coarse shadow and then really darker form shadow. The coarse shadow really refers to the darkest part of the shadow. The core of it, where it terminates to, the light ends, the shadow begins, the termination of light, and the beginning of shadow, if you will. So, okay. So I'm looking to get our values now close and soft and keep this edge soft. That's going to be a challenge if you're just starting out, is to keep these edges pretty soft. So let's take a look here. It's working pretty well from where I want. So we're coming through here. I can go one step, maybe darker, right in through here. Take that through here. There we go. Okay, and we're going to come around softly over and through here. So a little bit more definition and bring over through here. And see how I kind of glide over a little bit? I'm just kind of gliding through, kind of mimicking the curve of the ball, and I can come across the form this way. It's like latitude and longitude to show that change. And they have a way of blending together, the charcoal does, even graphite too. Right in through here, very soft, coming through. Now I'm going to catch this shadow underneath here, the cast shadow. Really take great pains right in through here to catch my. So I'm using the tip of my pencil a little bit. I may sometimes come back to get a medium for that. Right in through here where the ball ends. The shadow begins. It's not absolute dark. It's the darkest about right in through there. And then it gets a little lighter, but then the edge gets pretty sharp. So I'm using the tip now of my pencil right in through here. And it's got a curve. By the way, you could plot this entire shadow out in perspective. It's pretty cool that way. But we just normally, once you learn enough of it, you just draw what you see. And it works pretty well for you. So I'm catching that through, coming up. Don't want to have too hard of an edge here. So I'm catching a little line. So I'm catching a little line here. So I'm going to put a little value over here in a moment. Let me do it now. So notice that the value right here is darker than the form shadow on the ball, just by a little bit. What's the contrast degree? Ask yourself. Quantify, if you drew a circle right here in your mind, right? And you quantify the difference between those two values. I'm looking at probably a 4 here versus a 2 and 3. Maybe 10 to 15, 20% degree difference in value. So I can start laying down a tabletop value. And if that's my first pass, there's not a lot of contrast, right? It doesn't make much contrasting value. And notice how I run into the dark and I bring it over. You don't have to separate them, just kind of blend them in together. And you just keep your values changed enough, and that gives you that separation of edge that you want. So I'm going to bring this first pass of value over through here. I got a little tick mark on my charcoal pencil right there. Take that off. That happens sometimes. Little folds on your paper or whatnot. I'm not sure what that is. Get that off. There we go. No big deal. No worries. If it does, it stays right in through there. There we go. And we'll come back over here. I think it's something underneath the table there. It's fine. All right, so we'll continue coming through with the value. There's not enough contrast. It's close because we're seeing a little reflected light right in through here. It actually gets a little bit lighter right in through there. So we'll come back over, and now we'll give it another pass, and you can see where we'll get to the darkness that we want. We want to go a little bit darker, about 15, about 1 or 2 value steps. Maybe it's about 1.5 steps on the value scale darker. Okay. And I'm going to come across here. I'm going to turn my paper a little bit. So I want to watch my edge. I'm going to turn it and keep it in camera. And through here, and then we'll come across the edge. So I'm going to go this way with it a little bit. It's kind of a crosshatch technique, but it's very light, so I don't make strong lines because I'm using the edge of my pencil and also the very flat broadness of that too as well. Taking pains to keep the edge of that ball in through there, go a little darker. I'll loosen it up as I go out, liner through there. And now we're setting up a nice degree of contrast, about 1.5 steps in value, so about 10% plus a half is about 15%. That looks about right on the image that we're working from. If you're working at home, work with my images until you get it, and then start building on your own. Set up your own still life. Try to work from life as much as you can. It's hard here, obviously, because we have to have images that we can work from together. So that's not a bad way to learn from imagery, but you want the three-dimensionality transference that you're learning from. So let's turn it back over. We're looking pretty good there. I like the value contrast and the edges. Now look, it's a little too soft in here. Can you tell? It looks like the ball is starting to kind of fuzz out. And so now it's my job to come across and tighten that up. So I'm going to take my medium pencil and just turn my paper. I like to turn it this way so I can really get to it. Okay, locking through here. Make sure we're on the camera. There we go. And just hold down my trusty edge. I've got it lifted off the table a bit, and just come across and just catch the edge. I call it catching the edge. And that means that I'm not drawing a line, I'm just drawing that darker value a little tightly up against that ball edge. And I've got to think about the curvature of the ball in through here. Okay, that's important, curvature of the ball in through here. Work that through, work that together, and get that edge nice and tight through here. Sometimes you get little folds in your paper that get in the way. That's right in through that little guy there. So I've got to skip over that, there we go. Okay, now we're looking pretty good. Let's catch that, looks pretty good. Let's bring back, now I've got a tighter edge with my ball. That's working pretty well. Then I could come across, I'm going to get in even deeper, right in through here. Now I'm going to more hold a writing technique, like I'm writing, and I'm going to come across and just give it an extra tighter edge, just a little bit. I don't want a harsh line. Later on we can break those rules. You'll see throughout the history of drawing where you have flat lines and you have value that gives you this duality of beauty between a flatness and a volume. And it's not as easy to do as you think, but right now we're just looking for a volume. So that gives me that strong edge that I want, and also the value contrast that I want between this area and this area right in through here. Then I'm going to come across, I'm going to turn it the opposite way because I can, like that. Okay. Then I can come across, this needs to go just a little darker on the ball part. So I can run these two together. I can bleed them together. I mean, I'm stroking through both the background and the light area at the same time. And it blends them together. It gives it a little bit more atmospheric quality that you probably are looking for, that you want. Right in through here, right in through there, right? But the only problem is it softens up your edge. You're going to have to come back and just see how I can catch that, get that edge in, and just make sure this background is just a little darker, about 1.5 steps on our value scale. If you haven't seen the value scale part of that, make sure you go back and look at the formal lecture, not a drawing lecture, but the discussion on light, value, edges, and contrast. Pretty important. I'll tell you this, on the drawing database, there's nothing that I put on it that's superfluous. Everything is important in its time. When you're ready for it, sometimes you may not be ready. You may not be ready for formal perspective. It might be too boring for you. That probably tells you you're not ready for that. When you go to simple form, you go to someplace else. You may not be ready for a figure. You may not feel like you have enough skill. Don't worry about that. If you're working through the basics, you can work through the figure too. It is more complex, but they both teach you well how to draw. Going through those exercises, no matter who you're working with as well. And notice I'm not talking about, we're analyzing light, we're analyzing form, right? We're analyzing spatial dimension, but it's not a how-to. Be careful of how-to type videos out there. There's a lot of instruction out there. I think some of it's really good. If you're ever interested, I've had a few students reach out to me through YouTube land, and they're a little confused, like, hey, what do you think of I like your site? I like this one. What do you think about it? And I'll tell them the ones I think that are really good. I'm not going to do it on camera, but if you're ever interested in that, hit me up through email, and I get back to you pretty quickly, and I'll let you know what I think about the other ones. So don't just check out mine, check out others. I think there's some good ones out there, and I'll let you know as well. Okay. All right, so we've got that working. Now we want to work deeper on the inside of this ball and really start to refine this area out further. So we're getting closer to, I think, some resolution in there, and we're getting closer to that highlight. Now the highlight in our image is pretty subtle, so it's not a strong one. That means that the surface is not so glassy. The more glossy, satiny, if you will, and then glossy or glass-like, the stronger the highlight will be. This one was so matte that I actually had to take it in Photoshop and add a little bit just for help. I may have to raise it up a little bit too, so I actually might have to erase out even further. Now I'm going to take another pass at my cast shadow and darken it in a little bit. Be careful, it's not as dark as you think. It's darkest where I'm drawing now in this area. And notice what you notice in this cast shadow. You notice that there's a hard edge that encapsulates it, but everything else inside the cast shadow are softer transitions of contrast in atmosphere and shadow. So there are no hard edges inside here, folks. So don't make this a hard edge mess in through here. Your hard edges are your boundaries and your cast shadow edges. Okay, everything else are degrees of edge, smooth edge, transitions, right, and also obviously contrast. So I'm going to come out here a little bit further, right in through here. So I want to make this a little harder edged right now, and then at the end I'm going to soften this out a little bit to make it a little bit more palatable. And of course we're going to use value back here a little bit, table value as well to pop this out too as well. Okay, so we're just working through our shadow here. Get your popcorn out, popcorn in your soda or beer or whatever you've got. And if you don't drink alcohol, it's fine. So we have that, and we're working through. I think you have to see it in order to learn and practice it. See your mentors practice it a lot and get it down and practice that technique. And then there's a time where you take that knowledge and you just eschew that and you go off and you do your thing. And then you break the rules and find new solutions to the same kind of problems that we have in art. And you stay traditional or you stay non-traditional and offbeat, which can be great. I support a lot of different methodologies. Okay, so I'm working this cast shadow. It's darkest in through here. I think I'm set in through here. I really like what's happening. I'm going to tighten this edge up right in through here just a little bit. There we go. Keep it tight, and I'm going to lay off it a little bit. So later on I want to blend this over. And I want to go a little bit darker in through here. I like to keep my cast shadows a little bit lighter than what I see sometimes on imagery because they get a little too heavy. The camera can read it a little too heavy. That's why studying the actual objects in the actual three-dimensional setup is so key. Because when you really nail all these properties of light, the 6 properties of light, value, your value scale, your edges and contrast, you can start to adjust. It's like setting calibrations for your drawing, having different balances. Some students do it, they don't know why they're doing it. They do it because they're just really good at it. And then my job is to make them aware of why they're doing it. Why they're altering what they're actually seeing, but in ways that are totally valid, they make a lot of sense. So this is going to be, I'm going to start to blend this over just a little bit. I've got my softer pencil, and you notice right in through here, in the shadow, I'm going to start to just kick this out. This oval goes a little bit out further, and it's really kind of soft. I'm just going to kind of blend this through, soften it up back here a little bit. Okay, and then after I start to do this, then I'm going to stop now, and I'm going to start to catch my background back here. So what we notice is we already have a pretty good strong degree of contrast here and here. So if I took another circle, half and half, yin and yang, right, light and dark, what contrast do we need here? What's too contrasting? We need to take this down a little bit. Okay, so we're going to take it down a tone or two, a step maybe. Okay. And I'm taking my medium pencil here. I'm just going to see how I'm blending all the way. If I can go really far out and see how I'm blending into everything. I'm running into the cast shadow. I'm running into the ball. I'm running into the background. That's okay. It blends it all together, but I'm taking great pains not to overdraw too dark. And it gives me a quick setup, and see how atmospheric that gets really, really quickly. Now I want to catch this edge. And notice how I'm leaving this background back here a little lighter than what it is in the image, because I want more contrast here and here, and here to here. So it's a little darker on this side to here, and a little bit lighter over here. So I get a contrast from dark to light and light to dark. I'll probably darken this in a step or two here against that, and may leave that a little bit lighter. And the reason why is I want the contrast to be greatest here, so I can focus, have you look here longer. but I still want some contrast here, right? Because I don't want to lose it through there, like maybe a comic book artist would when they just have a big, dark, deep, you know, kind of contrasted shadow. All right, so I want to catch my edge over here. Catch that edge right in through here. A little bit. Make sure that's nice and tight. Take great pains to keep your hands off, your palms off your drawing as best you can. Watch that smudging and smearing. It's not easy. That's half your setup. You're going to be fighting that too if you're just a beginner. Everybody had to start someplace. That's okay. In my book, I teach all levels of drawing and painting here, and I see it all from. I see my most advanced students make some very simple, basic mistakes, and I see basic drawing and painting students make some fantastic image progress in images very, very quickly. So, and of all ages too. Okay, so we're coming across here a little bit. In through here, and I'm going to run some of this. I'm going to bring this up a little bit so you can see that. Run some of this value now back in through here a little bit. So we're getting a whole atmosphere kind of quality. I'm going to start to loosen this up a little bit. I'm actually going to sharpen along, sand off this broad part just a little bit, knock off some of the crinkly stuff on the charcoal side of it. There we go. So I can loosen this up a little bit. And so what I'm going to have left, once I get this in, is the refinement running through here. I'm going to leave this for last so I can refine it, and I can judge it against everything out here so I can see that the best. This is pretty simple stuff. Now out through here, don't let it run away from you. I'll come up a little bit just to show you now what I'm doing. And I'm just very gently, lightly glossing this over. I see that it's a little bit lighter in through here. I can erase this out later if I need, or I can just leave it out. It's not that important right now. It's not the point of the lesson. Come in through here, get this through. That's a little crinkly in the paper. That happens sometimes. Right in through there. Okay, now I'm going to soften this edge up here a little further in the background of my drawing. Right in through here. See it? On the image, how that cast shadow, as it moves away from the ball that's furthest, it starts to end. It starts to get a little bit softer. Right in through there. You catch that a little bit further. And so we're making a slight contrasting change between this edge, right, on our image, where it starts to come through and come around the table. It's a harder edge, and it starts to soften up about right here. And it gets kind of a double image. There's one that kind of inside oval where it gets a little bit stronger, right in through here. If I can go a little darker into there, I can blend that through with the tools. And I'm leaving this just a little bit lighter through here. In and out here it gets about, there's another little ring that comes out. So we continue to soften this up just to give it that softer quality. So we know by the angle of this cast shadow where the light source is coming from, because it will be the opposite direction of where the light is. and it's moving back to the right, so we know the object is high to the front and to the left. Always. So you can tell where the light source is in any drawing or painting when the light source is not included in the drawing, which in this case, or the image that we're working from, is not too. Just practice that out. When you go to a museum or you see drawings in a book or whatever online, take a look at that. So I'd come back and catch this edge a little bit. Okay. There's a greater degree of contrast in the image than what I've drawn so far. I may leave it like this. I may go a little bit, just a little bit darker. Now if I want, I can come back and catch the edge of this table just a little bit. I'll lay my hard edge down. Okay. And then just take a little, the light part of my tip of my pencil, give a little bit of a crisper edge. That's the table edge ending and through there. So now I'm going to come across here and catch this edge a little further. And here this could use a little tightening up. This can come out a little bit further. Line through here. This oval. Right through there, and then I'm going to start to line it up a little bit. Just soften the edge a little bit. And through here, further. Take great pains to do that. And I'm working inside the edge of the cast shadow, or inside the form of the cast shadow, as I blend in and out too as well. There we go, something like that. All right, so now let's jump in. Let me bring this down. Now let's jump in and do a couple things. I'm going to put one more pass over here to darken in the contrast a little bit further. on our ball by drawing darker on the outer edge of the light area in the background. So we'll go one step darker. Okay, we'll take great pains to keep that edge nice and crisp, nice and tight through here. There we go. Step back and take a look at it. So what we're setting up now is the highest degree of contrast in this area. So if you can see this imaginary circle, it encapsulates the highlight in some of the top part of the ball with the background, and that's where I want you to look the most and spend the longest amount in the composition. That's the focal point of the composition. So right in through there, soft and blended with the tool and through there, right? Then I can come back and catch my edge if I need. So we'll come back over here, take my medium pencil, and just kind of catch that edge along there. It is a line, but it's a light line. It's kind of a demarcation point, and I can blend it out through here. Run this two together. There we go. So I catch it's a nice edge through there. All right, so I'm gonna come back on this side of the ball, catch this edge right in through here. It's all about edges, degrees of contrast, value, and our properties, 6 properties of light. Right? 1 is highlight, 2 is light form shadow, 3 is darker form shadow, 4 is core shadow, 5 is reflected light, which is right in through here, right? And then 6 is our cast shadow. There we go. Okay. And you can keep on refining and refining and refining. Okay, so now we're getting close now to finishing this out. And I want to start rendering now through this area. This is where you can get into danger. Right now it's still too light. It's still too hot through here. We want to make that highlight pop out. So I've got to take great pains with my medium pencil, sometimes my hard, and blend this area, this darker form shadow, shadow right in through here, over light. Like we're going to come across the ball like we're turning onto an object. We want to come across, bring it to the highlight, and I'm probably going to bring the highlight up a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and draw over it, and later on I'll show you how we'll erase it out with our kneaded eraser. So I'm going to start that. Now I'm going to turn the ball over, and it's easier for me to get at it from this angle, much easier. So don't be afraid to do that for sure. And then I'll just turn my image upside down. I'll just rotate it so I can see it that way too as well. It helps too as well. So that's one advantage that you can do with an image sometimes that you can't obviously with three-dimensionality, three-dimensional objects. But sometimes you don't have to do that when you've got a bigger piece of paper and you're not on camera. So I'm limited too on camera. So I'm going to darken this cast shadow right in through here in just a little bit. Mine's a little lighter than on camera than what the image is, and I want it that way because it's a little bit burned out, too dark. Okay, so now I've got my medium pencil and I've got my soft. Notice I didn't use an extra soft in this drawing. I could have. Maybe I might touch up the dark a little bit. But I'm going to start with my medium. And my job now is I'm going to start over here, get my reflected light a little stronger by darkening in the little crescent core. Now this crescent core, it looks like a little kind of a stripe, like a cue ball in billiards. Not a cue ball, but stripes in billiards. But it's really not a hard edge. You have to be careful. If you have a hard edge in your form shadow, then you've got a problem. You've got to soften. And it's a very common mistake to make. Make that mistake. It's okay. Make it over time. And by the way, these concepts of light work in any medium. So if you like painting a lot, which I do, in gouache, or if you like oil, watercolor, these concepts work for anything, in any time, any medium that you want, and you're working in a representational manner. It doesn't change. That's the great news. The only thing that might change on you if you have multiple light sources, and then it starts to get a little bit more challenging about edges and contrast. And if you have more than 2 light sources, you've got some real challenge. All hell breaks loose. That can be fun. That can be like hell break loose. It'd be crazy. All right, so I'm just hitting this little band of reflective core shadow, darker form shadow, just to make that reflected light show through. That's very important to see. Just a little bit now, in through here. Now we're coming over. Okay, now we're coming over, and we're coming through here. Hopefully you're still awake. You're not completely buried in a nap. Some of you, I can hear you snoring out there, so be careful. I'm not teasing. It's okay. You might need to rest. It takes a while. Some of these lectures later on are going to get long, but you need to see the process. Don't be shy about fast forwarding at times when you need to. It's okay. It's no big deal. All right, so we're through here. All right, and then I might just gloss over it. I'm barely pushing down my pencil. Keep a light touch. Remember, we've gone from lighter value to darker value, but we're working shadows first to light. If we were working on a white piece of paper, we'd work just the opposite. Okay, so now I'm going to blend. I'm going to start darkening. From this area through now to the highlight. And we're going to draw through the highlight, and so I can come back and lighten it up a little bit. So we're just going to start over here, and I'm going to change my direction of my paper. Very light, gradual transitions. Don't get too dark. The tendency is for students to get too dark over here. Be careful. We're almost there. We're almost with it, with what we want. We just have to be a little careful. So I'm going to start moving this around through here. The incredible floating, moving ball. Okay. And so now I'm going to turn my image how I need it. There we go. Like so. It's kind of like Saturn. Here. And then we're going to darken in here a little further. Just whatever's comfortable with your hand. Notice how I move around with my hand. Sometimes I'll come over here, I'll catch my edge. Through here. And in another lecture, I'll show you drawing larger with a big stick of charcoal. You can go a lot faster too. This is still a pretty fast drawing. This could get ultra tight. And I think it's fairly tight for a demo, but I wanted to show you that. So we're coming through here. Go a little bit darker. Keep on going a little bit. Keep on coming through. Notice how I keep running around this way with my stroking pattern. And kind of pulling it on in. I think this is the hardest part. It's the subtle values in 2s, 3s, 4s that are hard. You want to get that gradation to be subtle and transitional. So if you're learning this and you've got kids at home, this is where you want them to be in bed so you can really concentrate, not have them running around. So I'm just smoothing and blending this down just a little bit, smoothing it down. See, I run through all this with my pencil, just barely glossing. It's kind of like glazing and painting. Okay, coming through here. Catch that edge, just barely. Starting to lose it just a little. Catch it a little bit. Coming over. Try to get this done a little bit more time. There we go. I'm going to take the edge off this charcoal pencil a little bit. I'm just scratching out the broad side of it, just like I'm drawing. I'm just kind of scratching it out. It gets a little bit, after a while, it starts to create little ridges. Just take that off a little bit so I can be as sensitive as I can to move my image around a little bit further. Here we go. So I can see it just like I need to see it. We're almost there. So now I'm going to start drawing through the highlight. You can't see a highlight anymore on my drawing. That's a good thing. That's why I want to bring it down. There we go. Because we're going to recapture that with our knead eraser. It's really a pleasure to do that. It's kind of a little introduction to subtractive drawing. Okay, there we go. Through there. Come darken in just a little bit more through here, not a whole lot. Perceptually, maybe 1/15 or 1/10 of a step. We can get into minutia through there, which is a good thing. Right in through there. I need to go a little bit darker through here. Now just, it's like I'm almost dropping my pencil. I'm barely holding on to my pencil. That's important about how we talk about the grip. I'm just so relaxed. Excuse me, so relaxed about holding on to that pencil. So because I don't want to make a strong dark mark, just kind of glazing over it, running through. And we're drawing over our highlight. We're going to capture that in a moment. That feels pretty good about what I've got, what I want through there. Not bad. Through here. There we go. Especially for a demo, not bad. Okay. All right, I come across here a little bit darker, right through there. Catch this edge. I'm going to come across and take my soft and go a little bit darker right on the edge of the ball. Capture the background. Running through here a little further. Notice I'm a little darker over here than I am here. Okay, with my background tone. My value is about a 6 on this side to different degrees and different little increments. And it's about 5, maybe a 4. I'm going to catch the edge just a little bit here, over and through here. But still got a good edge control all the way through. And the reason why I'm setting up stronger contrast over here, I'm going to go a little bit darker right deep in the middle here, but I'm going to keep it so perceptually blended. It'll be hard to see a major kind of difference. I'll go a little darker. Okay, right in through here. There we go. So the concepts are the same in painting. The technique is a little different because the material's a little bit. It's dry media versus wet media. That's what we call it in art speak. Dry versus wet. And there we go, perceptually a little bit darker. That's what we wanted now. Okay, and I'm going to go right in through the ball. I am going to take my extra soft, and I'm going to go just a little bit darker. Just right in through here. Just a little bit. So I've got my extra special number soft. Right in through there. I'm going to take that reflected light out since it's not in the image. I'll just take it out. I'll obey the image just a little bit. So I made some changes, and I've talked about those changes. And then I'll catch this edge just a little bit in here. Okay, that's a little bit more of a line. That's okay. I can soften this up a little bit. I don't mind. I don't want it to be so terribly strong. Soften it up. There we go. Right in through there. And then right in through here where it's darkest. So just one little pass. Nice and soft edge. Same kind of concept I was doing over here. Nice and soft. Right in through there. Come back and catch that. Soften it up. Really thinking about that circle for the sphere, right? That movement right in through there. Okay, so now comes the time for the highlight. Let's get back to our normal orientation. There we go. Okay, right through there. So let me flip my image back around. There we go. Let's work with that highlight, and let's refine it if and where we need to. Okay, so the highlight, 45 degrees, coming down from the light source to the left, so it's shooting down, coming into the scene, hitting about right. I've got a highlight right in through there. So I'm going to take my kneaded eraser, okay, and now I'm thinking about, I'm going to clean it out a little bit, so I'm going to, notice I've torn it out down to a smaller bit, and you can get even smaller as you need. So it's pretty tiny now, and I'm going to take that bit, clean it up even further. And the reason why is just more manageable to work with, a tiny little bit. And so the highlight, now I'm thinking about nothing but kind of just stamping at it and then taking off as I do that. So it's right about in here, and I'm just going to dab at it. See, I just dab at it and it starts to emerge. We just want it to emerge just enough and then soften that edge. Okay? So I'm going to dab at it through here. And you can see I start to build just a little bit of contrast. Now, because this object is a matte finish, it's more matte-like, meaning that it's not glossy. It's matte, M-A-T-T-E. The edge transition around the highlight will be soft. You can notice I've taken off. It kind of creates a little bit of a void. And so we're going to have to draw through that and soften that up a little bit. We can kind of take this out, take it maybe a little bit larger than I want. And then we can start to play down the edges a little bit. So there we go. Now we've got that. Now we'll take my hard, maybe my medium pencil, and we can soften that down a little bit. So we'll take this and we'll say, okay, that's a little harsh right through there. And we can just soften this through a little bit. Soften that edge through, around it, gloss it through. We want to feel like it's there, but it's not overbearing. And so that means that right in through here, I can go just a little darker right in through. Always trying to catch that, just a little bit darker right in through there. That transition might go a little bit darker in through here and up. And now we're looking. Let's see how it looks on camera. That's working pretty well. I think we've got everything I need now. Now it's going to be about refinement. So notice how I did that. I took a kneaded eraser, took that out, and then that made the edge a little hard around the edges, and then I just softened that a little bit. And I think what's important is to get this value right here, that edge of the table, and then get a little value on this table, and that it's a little bit darker. It is in the image, and it helps to contrast here, because here's my focal point, right in this region. That's really where I want you to look the most. So I'm going to come and refine a little bit right in through here. This little transition can be a little bit darker. This is minor tweaking. We're pretty much just about done. Mercifully, right? Okay. Right in through here, we want a nice smooth transition. Smooth as you can. Smooth as possible. Maybe a little bit darker right in through here, and right in through here. Nothing wants to jump at you. You know, the strongest contrast are the value, obviously, and also the edges. Those are the main things. And I can darken up the background. Maybe just a little bit back here, so it's not quite as contrasted, but it's more of just a matter of taste now. It works pretty well. It's more just a matter of quieting things down. I may quiet this back a little bit, just a little bit. In through here, quiet that down. And I can refine this a little bit further. This edge, I might say, okay, I can watch this. I can come over here and take my eraser and say, you know, I want this edge to be a little bit tighter around the oval, like so. But it's still soft, not erased there. It's kind of a problem. I can just go back and take my charcoal pencil, blow it off, and then I can come back and draw through that and recapture that a little bit nicer way. There we go. Soften it up a little bit. Take that through. It softens it up. Gives me a little bit better read on that. Because later on this gets a little bit darker. It's not really the point through here. Okay. Anything else that we see? Be very judicious in analyzing where you can continue to make a transition. So I moved to a soft pencil, so it's really soft. So I'm barely just glazing over, meaning I'm just perceptually needing any little minor adjustments in my little light volume through here. You don't want to overdraw. So we're 99.9% there. Okay, it's looking pretty good there. All right, I think we're there. What do you think? Okay. Okay, there you go. So we did a lay-in. We had our block in. We separated the light from dark. Then we started to add our core shadow, right? Then we added our background, cast shadow all together. We started to bring this up all together, and we ended up finishing out with contrast in the highlight. And we used our kneaded eraser to subtractively take that out, and then we softened it up a little bit because we didn't want to make the edge too harsh. Later on, that'll change with a glossier object, like glass, or if the ball was coated in a glossy kind of polyurethane type of material to make it really wet looking, if you will, then that gets a harder edge with your highlight. So there you go. So that's object number one. We'll do many different objects in this basics section with many different materials. This is charcoal, hard, medium, soft, and a little bit of extra soft. Okay, there you go. We'll move on now to the next lesson. See you there. Bye-bye.
Presenting Odd Pieces.
That looks so cool. What is it?
It's a new kind of puzzle.
I've played puzzles before. Lots and lots and lots of puzzles.
This is different.
We love puzzles.
Really wet. Okay, so we're back now. with working with value, light, edges, and contrast. And now we're going to take on a cube here. So I've got a cube popped up in through here. So it's a white cube on a white background. The first thing you immediately notice is that the lightest value gets a little washed out with the background. So we're going to alter that and change that a little bit. I'll talk to you and show you why I'm doing that, and then I'll demonstrate how I do it. And so you can see that thinking behind it. And then we'll talk today about 1, 2, 3-step shading. When we look at a planed object, any kind of planar object like a pyramid or rectangular cube or a cube, when seen from the side, you'll see generally three different planes, or top or bottom, and they'll all be a little bit different value. There'll be a lighter side, a medium side, and a darker side, which you can see here. So let's go ahead and get started. So I'll go ahead and lay in the general object in my composition here. So I've got working with a 2-point form, and I'm working with charcoal today again. So we'll lay in the box here. So just working on angles now of the 2-point box through here, getting that laid in. Okay, and I'll come down. So I'm going to freehand it. I'm going to tighten it up, give it that machined kind of edge, man-made edge, if you will, in just a moment here once I get that laid in. Let me pull the camera out just a little bit. Make sure we get it all in. There we go. Yeah, that's it. That's a little better. There we go. Okay, so laying in the form of the composition here of the box, simple 2-point box, diminishing to the left, diminishing down a little bit to the right here, coming down, and I'll lay in the shadows here. The shadow comes out and then over, kind of bisects the vertical line through here. It comes down and back over and through that way. There we go. So we've got to lay in that way. And I'll go ahead and put in, it's hard to distinguish a little bit where that table is. I'm going to put it a little bit lower, about right here across the form, so we can get a little value contrast going between the background and foreground object. Then I'm going to take my forms, and since they're man-made, I'm just going to put some straight edges. I always keep my edge boundaries tight. Now I'm not really pushing down that hard. I'm not making it distinctively outlined. Just taking on a very crisp edge, since it is a crisp edge. And of course, this is a cast shadow, so that's going to get a crisper edge for now. But I freehanded it first, and I think it's important to keep it loose and fresh. But you can come back with your straight edge and tighten up those areas as per needed. Here, back through here, and then on over. And then we'll catch the background just platform back there, a little backdrop there. We go. Okay, so we've got our form laid in. Now let's analyze really quickly where the light source is coming from so we can start to set that up. We know that it's not natural, so it's artificial. And the light source is coming from the top left. We can tell that by the direction of the shadow moving back right into space this way. And we see that the front plane, since it's light's a little bit lower, this receives the least amount of light. So in terms of 1, 2, 3 step shading, this is 0 or the lightest. This is 1. This is 2 medium, very, very light, almost the same here. Then it gets pretty dark here. So it's 1, 2, 3 step shading, and we'll just mop. And when we do our block in, we'll block in with the we'll block in the cast shadow in this form, plane shadow, all the same value as well as the background. So we've done our lay-in. Linear lay-in. Let's start with our blocking of values, and I'll start that with a medium pencil. So I'm just going to lightly start to move over this box form with a value, just kind of glazing over in charcoal here. Very light, very loose. Just get a tonal play going on here. We'll be probably fairly close already with that, and we're gonna manipulate that a little bit, make it more reflective too as well as we work with reflected light. So in the block-in stage, we're going to separate, and we're working with 1, 2, 3 step values. So I'm going to go a little darker here with my plane for this cube, this right plane box here. Block that in. And we're not going to stop here on the form shadow. The form shadow is on the box itself. It's the naturally occurring form, right? We're going to go ahead and capture. Let's go ahead and capture that cast shadow too as well. Let's go ahead and block it in. So all really the same value. The only distincting difference is I've got a little linear quality there just to show where the form ends and the cast shadow begins right in through here, right? So we've got that. So we've got our 1, 2, 3 rudimentary steps on our cube. But look how quick that was. It didn't take long to get that change. That happened pretty immediately. Then I'm going to take some pains here now to block in the background tone as well, so we can get a little tone back there. And I'll reach over and remember I'm using my triangle as a protective device from my hand. The great thing, again, I can see through it, and I've got my finger up a little bit underneath it so I can raise it, lay my hand over it, and just go to town drawing here. So we're going to lay in another value, and I'm going to make this value, since we're going to make our background darker than that which is in the photograph, I'll make it a step or two in value, a little darker. Just rough it in for now. Through here, and through there. Get that roughed in. We're going to make that table value a little darker later on, so I'll put just a little light through there. Or value through there. There we go. Coming across here. So as we're working, you can see I'm pretty light and loose with my hatching marks, and I try to keep them relatively light pressured as I'm going through here. Now I could come back here and catch the edge, abut this edge with my triangled hard edge, so that when I run across here, if I don't want to run that in right now too heavily, that butts that edge, keeps that nice and tight. We'll clean up that edge even further later on as we get more value in our drawing as we're building it up. Right now we're just blocking in it. We're trying to separate very quickly the value range, the value in light quality situation that the composition is giving us in terms of our understanding of space. We're trying to put it all together here, and we'll block in this background tone. So it's about the same tone as the form shadow on the right side, and also the cast shadow too as well. And remember, you can turn your page around. I'll be doing that in a little bit to really get the best angle for your hand. And I'll come back here and I'll just quickly catch my edge. Later on, I'm going to have to be really exact where I want. I've got a few different lines to catch, but we can really catch that later on. So go a little bit darker there. There we go. Okay, so we've got that blocked in. Now we've got a rudimentary 1, 2, 3 steps. Next step I want to take is I'm going to use my soft here. My soft charcoal pencil is start to divide these planes up even further. Now, when we have these strong plane boundaries like we do, that's where a plane ends, right, at 90 degrees, and then it turns, right? So turning here, turning across here, turning down to the floor. That's all good and well, and that's going to get a distinctive value change every time you have a planar object. And sometimes that's why I like to use the reference for boxes when I draw the figure for diagrams, is that it's not ambiguous. There's no ambiguity about where this changes. So if you have a rounded form, it may take a while to get across, and there could be some ambiguity. So the next stage I'm going to start to do is slow it down a little bit and start to render with the charcoal pencil and start to add core shadow. So the core shadow occurs in these boxier objects. It's subtle, but they occur generally at the edges of forms. So about right in through here where I'm making a stronger mark, I'm going to butt my edge so I can see how I run it across here. It's really easy. And if you look on the image that we're working from, it's a little darkest close to that edge, and then it fades out a little bit. So I can kind of set that up now, and as we get darker and darker, you can make it even more realized. What's happening is we're getting a little reflected light, especially more towards this bottom little lip edge and then into the middle. Okay, so we're getting reflected light coming down onto the surface and then back up on the object itself. So all of these transitions are awfully smooth, aren't they? They're very smooth transitions, so smooth edges inside the plane. So when you're working inside the plane with planar objects, you're going to have smoother transitions, and as you work, when a plane changes, you're going to get a dramatic shift in values. Thus the 1, 2, 3 steps in the beginning, and of course, ultimately you do wind up with a strong, stepped kind of image because the plane change is so dramatic. So keep that in mind. So it really makes it very manageable, I think, overall, because of the strong plane changes to really see that. It's in the subtleties here of within the plane that each particular plane, there's a subtle soft transition, even in the medium plane and the lighter plane. They're not flat. They have movement. So light skips across forms, and anytime you want representation, you're going to have to smooth value, shading, if you will, across that form to show that it's not flat. So even if we have like a flat piece of colored paper of any color, dark, whatever, gray, it's still, if it's, you're going to draw that even representationally on a surface, you're going to have to give value ranges to it. Okay, that's important to know. All right, so we're moving along now. You can see I'm caressing the tip, the corner of this box here, and that's because now I want to keep the edge clean and clear. But notice I'm getting so incrementally a little darker, and I'm getting close, probably pretty close to where I want it to be. And we're going to start to fade it a little bit. Still darker here. You can see along the edge. It's subtle. Really look at it, and then later on get your own objects and set them up for your own studies from life, and then use my images too if you want, or anybody else's, and not just exclusive to mine. These techniques are pretty common throughout art drawing training especially, so there's no particular individual genius that I've got going on here. So we've got the edge here. Now you can see where it gets a little reflective, so I'll obey that, lighten that up, and it's really soft transition through here. So I lighten up and I'll come back down. And I like what that's going on. I'm going to put just a little bit more dark right in here on this edge, and that's pretty close to where I want it. Now, as we come down to the cast shadow, so I'm going to catch this edge with my cast shadow here, okay? And I'm going to add some tone. You can tell where this cast shadow is darker, so I'm going to come out and catch kind of this edge over here already, where it meets the table, and then bring it back into the edge of the box, and it's darker. But there's a strong implied line there, not because there's a true line that somebody drew on the box, but because those values are distinctively different. It's this value here, right in through here on the cast shadow side, it's about as dark as there. So they're pretty close as the core shadow. So working in the cast shadow comes up to the edge of the end of the box, which gets a crisper edge. Why? Because it is a boundary edge. So keep that in mind. Boundary edges need their integrity. They need to remain a crisp edge. So we'll go darker here. I'm not going blasting it completely dark in the cast shadow. We want to be able to see on the table if a little object was hidden on there. So we have now an edge in through here, crisping that up, darkening, and you can see immediately it starts to get lighter out here. And so we'll come out, in through here, and out here. We'll catch that back in a moment. Now we'll have light, reflected light, or the direct light source coming out through here, bouncing back up, and then reflected light coming back onto the object, softens this up and lightens this up. So it ends, the darkest part ends, this kind of line, this secondary sort of slightly harder edge. You get just a little bit of edge. That's a reflective surface on the table. It tells you where the cube ends in light. Then it gets a little softer and mottled in through there. So we can work through here to the tip. And then right along this edge, I'll crispen this up with my pencil tip, just glazing over it. And we can go just a little bit darker down in through here. I'm going to leave this reflected light a little lighter than I see it, because I want to make an issue of you seeing it. And so I'm also trying to communicate to you that the value ranges that you see on images and objects in drawing when you draw them can be changed and altered sometimes significantly, as per needed and or warranted, right, when you make a drawing. So you don't have to necessarily keep what you have. You can alter it. I think that is something that is important to denote pretty quickly when you draw, is that you're drawing what you know and what you see can be closely related, but they're not always the same. So taking what I know now and applying it a little bit to what I see and altering for the effect, keeping this just a little bit lighter and fresher, so we see that pop out a little bit. All right, so that's working pretty well. I may come over here and take my edge and just kind of glisten this off a little bit, make it a little bit sharper edge. I'm taking my kneaded eraser. You could use your white eraser too, right in through there. It takes that off and through there pretty good. Keeps that a little crisper for now. And we can take that off for now too. There we go. Okay. So we're setting up pretty nicely. So again, we've got that 1, 2, 3-step shading situation going. I'm going to take a moment here and let you keep drawing. I'm going to sharpen my medium a little bit so you can tell we're starting to get, it's a good teaching point, we're starting to get close to the end of the wood. So I'm going to shave this off a little bit so I'll have a little bit extra now to work with. It makes it easier for turning the pencil to the side. I think that's really helpful. So you should be blocking in now values, moving from the lay-in to the block in, separating your 3 distinct planes, 1, 2, 3-step shading. And our job now is we're going to add a little bit of tone to the background. We're going to make it darker than what we see. Okay, kind of like the sphere. If you saw the sphere, this is the second in multiple series image now on drawing light and using value, edges, and contrasts to kind of start to put it all together. We still have to talk about composition and texture. Okay. All right, so finishing up a little sharpening here. This is pretty nice. Now some artists like it really long. I don't, because I draw a little heavy and I break these off. So everybody has a little bit different process, but you certainly want to have it sharpened enough that you're not drawing with just your kind of your knuckle of your not drawing with your knuckles of your hand. I see students do that sometimes. It's kind of hard for them to draw because the pencil tip is not sharp. Okay, so I'm going to move on here. We're going to darken in the background a little bit. Now I know right in through here is going to be my greatest degree of contrast, more so than over here. So I'm going to make this side a little darker than this side, and I'm going to turn it upside down now. So if you want to move that to me, you can do that with me. That way I can get to it a little bit better. So if it's a little strange in the camera, I understand, but there's a reason why for it, so we can really get to it. So I'm going to start in through here. Notice I'm going a little bit different direction with my stroking than the first layer I put down. That blends it together a little bit with the tool. See if you can make your drawings without blending with your fingers. My students have to. You out there in YouTube land, I can't reach out there and make you. See if you can do that. And then later on, I will introduce stumps and I'll talk about, finger blending and then drawing back on finger blending. There's a reason why we just don't use blending for the most part. It looks a little amateurish, and that's not meant as a slight. But if you study the history of drawing, the idea of blending with the finger or the stump and then drawing back with the stroking, mark making, and then blending, it has a way of integrating both together that makes an aesthetically really pleasing look. That's a pretty time-honored tradition. Now, rules are meant to be broken, but I think in the beginning we want to stick with the rules, and then later on I say break them if you need to. So notice I'm making this a little darker now, in through here, and I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to keep this area of the cube a little. I'm going darker, of course, but I'm not going to go too much darker than this right now. I'm going to keep it about here. So we're not going to go quite as dark as maybe the sphere, since we have a lighter background, but I do want to make it darker. And the reason why I want to show off these planes a little more, especially this one, against the floor, because in the image that we have, it's so washed out a little bit. It's such a matte finish that you don't necessarily get much of a highlight on that particular object. So that's working pretty well. I'm going to come over here and give a little value to the back of on the table here. Okay, notice the value range. If we took a big circle here, see where my pencil is, what would these values be? 7s, 8s, 9s, 7s, 6 maybe, 9s, 8s, 7s, 6, 5s, 3s, maybe 4 5s in through here. Setting up little degrees of contrast and edges. So it's like a little abstract drawing, if you will, for now. All right, so I'm going to flip this back over to where we had it. in the beginning in front here. So we're laying down our cube pretty nicely. So it's going pretty well. And what we notice is we start to get some nice realism through here. So I'm going to work my cast shadow a little bit further. This edge where I'm working with my pencil now, I'm going to leave it a little bit softer than this edge. It's still crisper than what's going on inside, but not as crisp at the boundary edge and not as crisp as the cast shadow. And that's because it's a little bit further away. So we're going to soften this. I'm going to soften this a little bit. And through here. And then we'll darken just a little bit of what we see. It tends to be a little bit of a halo right in through here, so we'll try to get that. And it gets a little bit darker. Right in through here. There we go. And we'll come across over here. And that's looking pretty good. Okay, so a little softer edge in through here. A little soft, slightly softer, not quite as soft as that one. And then more crisp, especially as we get down closest to the object down in this range and then closest to the edge. The closest here it stays really pretty crisp, almost as tight as the boundary, and then it fades off a little bit so you can soften this. And how I soften this is I just kind of glaze over it and just kind of blur this just a little bit. That gives that little softer edge. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is to add some value now into the table a little bit. So that's going to help me pop out this plane over here on the box. So I'm going to lay down a little value over here. So about a 2 probably in the value scale, 1.5 or 2. And make this a little darker back in through here. So that's going to give me ultimately some way to contrast this front plane. Because in our image, our photograph, it's about the same value. So we want to adjust that. So we're going to adjust it down a little bit. You have the right as an artist to adjust that. More so than maybe what you've known so far. Okay, so we'll have that. We'll come through here a little bit, and we'll put down some little tone here. Take off such a contrasting bite. So here I'm using a soft pencil. If you're not confident enough with your touch, these can kind of run away. I'm barely stroking it on the surface of the paper. Okay, I'm letting some of the marks. That's fine. You're sketching through. Doesn't have to be. We're not making these photoreal. We're making good realized diagrams and sketches and practice. Practice is often. The more you do this with your own structural sketching, the quicker you get and better at it. Don't let it be mundane and boring. Find a way to make it exciting for you, and you'll grow as an artist exponentially. You really kind of take off with this kind of idea. So I'm going to tighten this line up, straighten it up a little bit, catch my edge, reorient my edge a little bit there. Always got to continue to judge your edges. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to jump now to the middle plane. Let me lean this over just a little bit to catch it because I want to show you now that the lightest area of the box is kind of in the middle, and shadow tends to congregate on the lip a little bit. That's because the plane break optically from lighter to medium value or light medium value is greatest, and it gets a little reflective, and then it jumps back to slightly darker along the edge of the box. I think I'm going to turn it even further, maybe this way, so I can work it and to show you. So I'm going to come across this lip now of the box really lightly, and I've got a soft pencil working it. Working through, then I'm going to lighten up a little in the middle. And then I'm going to get a little darker on the edge, back to the edge, all the edges really, so that the middle kind of has an opening just slight, perceptually very, very slight, where it gets just a little lighter. Not by a whole lot, but enough to make a difference that we want to talk about just a little bit into there. There we go. So generally I make that front edge a little darker, so I'm going to turn it upside down a little bit. Or a whole lot bit. How about that? And we'll come over. Catch this, soften it, so I can work in different directions and smooth this. Work that lip a little bit. See how I work through the background, just bring it into the foreground. Very lightly, very loosely. And through here, may work diagonally, work in different directions. Just to get it smoother. It's a pretty smooth surface for, drawing a piece of just regular sketch drawing paper. To work like this, you can still get it fairly smooth, even though it's granular. And we can blend this thing to death and make it ultra smooth. That's not the point. The point is to continue to make it drawing. So we're working well in through here, so I think that's coming along pretty nicely. I'm going to darken this edge just a little bit, taking great pains to keep my edge tight. Notice now I'm not drawing down here. It's hard to feather the value when I'm here on a point, so I'm way out here with my hand. I think that's important to denote. And coming through here. There we go. I'm going to catch this edge a little bit, lay my little edge on there, my budding edge. Take that off a little bit, so keep that crisp. Okay, I think we're just about there. I might darken up this edge, right in through here. So you can see I've left the opening in the middle just a little bit lighter, and I'm a little darker on the edge. We're talking about, a third of a step or half a step. Now I'm going to come back with my background, and I'm going to really plot the edges of my box. Draw a line, get an extra crisp line in there, so I can come now with my probably my final pass with my background value. and go a step darker. I don't want to kill it too dark this time. You could. We're setting up more degrees of contrast over here, right? Right in through here, along that edge. Keep that edge crisp as we're working. There we go. Now I can continue to bring this dark over, but now I'm going to lighten up the value just a little bit. And so as I come across here, running through here, we'll make it just a little bit darker. So I want to catch this edge, my final edge, here and here. So I've got slightly two different edges, and I want to catch the one I want right through there. And of course, that takes into account perspective. You know how I feel about and think about perspective, how important it is for all artists, no matter what range of work you're doing, conceptual or highly traditional or 19th century realism. We open our eyes and we use perspective, so we might as well study how we see. And so I'm bringing this dark over just a little bit more. It's not quite as dark here, and I might go just a little, put a little extra glaze in through here. I call it glazing. It's just a layered, very light layered passage. It's kind of a connection to painting there. So we've got that going on. And one more little pass over here. I think that looks like it's looking pretty good. Maybe just slightly darker along that edge. Again, in these planes, their boundaries are hard edges, right? But inside, there's soft transitions, right? Boundary, boom, boundary, soft transitions. Even though they're greater degrees of darkness, their contrast is not great. This is probably the greatest degree of contrast right there on the value changes within each one of these planes. So within the planes, there's not a great degree of change. It's within the boundary break, if you will, from one edge, boom, to another, etc., and you get a good degree of change. Okay, so we have a couple things left. We have the final plane of our box, and so it is the front plane here. I'm going to let you catch up if you need. I'm going to kind of shave off a little bit more of my soft. I really like to use a soft just about for everything, from my lay-in to my block-in to resolution. I understand if you're just beginning, it is difficult to control charcoal, and it's also very difficult to control softer charcoal pencils. I would suggest doing and I do that when I demonstrated just earlier, is I'll use a hard and medium, and you could probably get most of what you wanted to out of that. I just find that I don't have to push down and work as hard when I use a soft and an extra soft. But I was a student one time, a long time ago, and I certainly realized that, goodness, it certainly is not easy to control by large part. Okay, all sharpened up now and ready for our pass here with the final plane, or lighter plane. So what was true of the first two planes, or plane number 2, plane number 3, is true of plane number 1. Light value shifts and transitions within that. So I'm going to come over and move it over a little bit so I can get to it better. That's just easier for me to do. If you want to keep yours straight, I think you should do that. I'm going to come over here and grab this edge a little bit where it meets plane 1 meets the medium plane, or light plane to medium, and darken this edge in just a little bit. Keep it crisp. Right in through there. There we go. Okay. So another thing I'm going to do here with this plane, I'm actually going to help show you to resolve a highlight a little bit. So it's, again, we're going to be a little bit darker along the edges where they move from the lightest plane into the boundary of the next planes or the table, and then a little bit lighter here on the center part. I might even put a little bit of a highlight there too, but just perceptually very, very, very soft. Okay, so I'm going to catch this edge and I'm going to butt it, and then I'm going to come over. I've got my medium charcoal pencil, and I'm going to lay it in through here. Just perceptually a little bit darker at the edge. So see how I run my value with the pencil I'm drawing into the next edge? It just makes it easy, because this is already darker. You can't tell. It's not going to get really much darker the way I'm drawing it with a light touch. And I'll run into each edge. It's easy to do that. It keeps a nice, simple, smooth transition. If you paint, you might not be able to do that unless the paint is already dry, and it still might not be what you want, because they might blend over. So it's a little bit different than painting that way. All right, so we're moving through. So we're just kind of glazing across the surface of this, because it's pretty, in the image, it's pretty flat. It's about a number 1 value. There's no real highlights in this drawing. Maybe along the lip of the top edge, maybe right in through here. This is a little bit lighter, but it's not absolutely light. So I'm going to put this tone down and in, and it's about a 1 on the value scale, or a half of 1. 0.5, it's about 1. And I'm going to come across now the other way and glaze over it one more time, a little bit different direction. To kind of, when you go in different directions, they blend nicely a little bit. But if we're talking about an ultra light touch, this is probably going to be a little difficult. If you're just starting out to get this touched, take great pains to be patient. Take great pains to do a lot of them in practice. I've done gazillions over the years as a student, and then as a professor, instructor. I do these all the time with students. Now it's good to have it on video, so we can have it there for anybody. Catch that edge a little bit. Now I'm at the point now where I want to say, okay, I want to catch the boundary close to the plane edge, just a touch darker, just a little bit of a half step, just a little bit darker. Protect my arm for myself, or my hand for myself. You don't want to ruin your great work by the kind of smudging you don't want. Later on, smudging can be good for effect, but right now it's not our friend. So a little bit darker along that edge, just a little bit darker. And I'm keeping the middle part of my box a little bit lighter. Just a touch stronger here on the edge. Down in through here. And in the actual image, there's reflected light coming off this one plane back down on the ground. And it makes right where they meet a little lighter. It's like a glow. I'm going to take that off. I don't want that because it's hard for me to see a crisper boundary. So I'm going to make that just a little darker. So that's a little difference that I'll make there. And I'll take this mark down a little bit. It's a little heavy. Take that off. Leave it as a sketch. Can't really tell much if I did anything. Oh well. So we're going to make the table just a little darker in through here, and I'll make this plane a little darker. So they're pretty close to one another. And I'm going to make the table right in through here just slightly darker, even more so, to just give you distinctive. Now you get a distinctive difference. And we're going to keep coming around with that plane. And through here on the edge, just a little more. Because we're getting close here. Getting close to finishing it up. There we go. Like so. I'll bring this down so you can see a little better. There we go. So I've got a little bit lighter in the middle, but not by much. And that's the way I want to darken this edge just a little bit more. And we're pretty good. Let's take a look at it. So it's working pretty well. We start to get a nice light situation going on. So you can see that the contrasting difference between here and here is pretty subtle. I'm going to darken this plane down just a little bit. The top plane number 2, it's a little too light for the range that we're going with, but just a touch. I'm just going to glaze over it and calm it down. Take the light down off of it just a little bit, not a whole lot. About right there. It calms that down. Keep the back edge a little darker, the front edge a little darker, and just calm it down just a little bit. I think it calms it down enough to get the feeling that we want. Now, I'm going to make the table over here just a touch darker on this side, working from the background forward. So background here. I'm going to go a step now darker so we can contrast against this cube just a little bit. And through here. There we go, you can see that. Okay, that's good. It's not good if you can't see it. Keep it in the camera. Sometimes I forget. Here we go. Coming down here and blending this with my tool just a little bit. Kind of let it just flourish out. Keep it light and through there. All right, so let's take a look here. Okay, so we're working pretty well. I think we've got pretty much a good light situation going, I think, throughout. And the only thing I might do is if I want a little highlight in through here, the light source would be coming down at 45, hitting here for a highlight. Remember, highlights are always at 45 degrees. And they depend on the surface of what you're drawing. If it's very glossy, if it's got a glossy paint to it, like the case of the white cube, it's going to be more distinctive. If it's really matte, like I have, these objects are plasticky. They're kind of a rubbery plastic. They're not going to be as obvious. So I'm going to make a little bit of an more highlight, right, kind of into here. So I'm just going to take my Newton eraser and I'm just dabbing really slowly. And I've got just going to make a stamp out of it, and I'm just kind of rubbing it around and through here and taking off a little. Taking great pains to make sure that the edge around it of the highlight is pretty soft in this case, since it's in a glassy form. And I'll probably go back and draw in it a little bit and around it to soften that back up just a little bit, even further. Now, be careful, don't glide across and scratch out. It tends to smudge charcoal and also graphite too as well. And so just dab at it, keep that nice and dab. So now we have kind of an opening there for a highlight, and I'm going to take my medium charcoal pencil once I find it. There it is. And I'm going to soften that edge, and I might just tweak our image a little further, and I think we're just about done. So reasoning behind this now is to soften this little halo just a touch, perceptually if I can, and we can get it to not look like it's a hole in there, but it's just a slight little highlight. So it's just perceptually just a little lighter. And also to do that, I could darken in this plane a little further, right in through here. That will help to pop that out, make that a little more of a highlight. That's pretty close. Right in through there, I could transition this off a little bit and just comes in and out, just a little tweaking, but I think we're just about there. What else would I do? I might darken this plane a little bit. So notice we've kept our edges really crisp with our plane breaks and boundaries. I might come over here and darken this little transition a little further, right through here. There we go. Okay. Darken a little bit more on the table, just touch it. And I think I might go one more pass right in through this area. Let me set it up straight because I can get to it, I think, pretty well. There we go, oriented back in the camera, and I'll take my soft pencil and right in through here. This is the greatest degree of contrast. This relationship is the focal point. The cube is, but right in through here even so. And I might come back and say one little extra glazing touch of value, just slightly darker right in through this area. And we're talking just a little bit, not talking a whole lot. There we go. Right in through there, and it's starting to do what I want through here and start to take off. And you notice the table edges are crisp, but they're not super sharp crisp. I let them, we don't even see them in the image, so I added that in there to make it a little stronger, but I didn't want them as sharp as our boundary edges. Our boundary edges of our box we want pretty crisp, especially in the front, more so even. And I'll just darken this in right in through here just a little bit, just to bring that over. I think we're good, folks. So there you go. So we did a lay-in of a 2-point cube, and we blocked in our values to a 1, 2, 3 step shading arrangement, right? And then we started to refine using core shadows, cast shadows, and we worked the soft, subtle transitions within the planes. We made great pains to keep the plane's hard boundary edges intact, right? So hard edge, soft transitions, hard edge, plane change, direction, soft transitions, hard edge, and then we refined, and then we allowed ourselves to alter a little bit of the communication of the cube and what was going on in the image. We darkened in the background a little bit, in the foreground a little, and we probably darkened in both these planes a little bit, and so I could give a little bit of highlight here. I think that makes it a little bit more interesting image than what the actual image was giving us too as well. Okay, so there you go. So the next step now is to just practice the daylights out of it all the time, best you can when you have time, and for those certainly in YouTube land. And then also we're going to move on now to a cylinder, and I'll show you how that's very similar to the sphere. So the cylinder and the pyramid, their antecedents are the cube and the sphere. So let's move on now to, in our next video, the cylinder. All right, see you then. Bye-bye.
Hako AI. Summon your very own anime girl.
Wherever you are, we make sure pests aren't. Ehrlich Pest Control.
Franklin University makes it possible.
Be unstoppable with an online master's degree from Franklin University. Franklin's in-demand master's programs are
dry, and it still might not. And then we started to a little bit of highlight here. I think that makes